I'll tell you another. About 250
Tradoon.
years ago, this great big gruesome creature began to grow and grow.
Huh, is it almost a whole year already? Well, time and pterosaurs.
Tradoon.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
In evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Wow, I'm 10 months old. Wait.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
For Paleoyuk time.
present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Trierarchuncus.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Well, hello, everybody. Let me turn our volume back down to where it should be. And welcome to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here today. Got a special stream today, so glad you could make it. Welcome to the channel, and I hope you're ready for some dinosaur sculpting today. So that's what we're going to be doing in between Q&A, dinosaur deep dives, whatever else, other shenanigans we get up to. We're going to see about sculpting a dinosaur. So yeah, I'll talk about which one in a few minutes, though. First, let me introduce myself real quick. If anybody's here for the very first time, then welcome to Paleontologizing. And my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You know, a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And here on Twitch, I talk about my fieldwork when I go out and dig up dinosaurs. I talk about my research, the research of that of my colleagues. This is basically a place on the internet where I try and give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. You know? You can ask questions, learn new stuff, hang out. This is supposed to be science outreach in its, like, purest form, you know? Reaching new people, just talking to them about science, you know? Trying to demystify the idea of fossil science. So if you've got questions or comments or whatever, don't be shy, you know? Open forum. That's what this is all about. So yeah. Again, on today's broadcast, we're going to be sculpting a dinosaur. One that's going to look a lot like this. This is what we call an alvarezsaur. This is a mononychine alvarezsaur. This one's actually supposed to be Mononychus right here, whose name means one claw. The dinosaur I'm going to be sculpting is pretty close. It's almost identical to this. Trierarchuncus from Montana. Mononychus is from Mongolia. The one that I'm going to be sculpting is from Montana. It's a little bit younger than this guy. Trierarchuncus is the very last of the alvarezsaurs on Earth. Or anywhere, as far as I know. And, yeah. Gonna be sculpting it and then 3D printing it. You've got an Allosaurus lower jaw on the 3D printer right now. It's still working on the first layer. Cross your fingers that that works and I don't have to restart it. There are little bits that are coming up here and there. We'll see if the printer can contend with that or if we got to start over. But anyway, welcome everybody to a special art stream. Now let's scroll up and say hello to everybody. Do some greetings. And get this thing kicked off. Yeah. And holy cow, I've already lost the top of chat, but Jody Fish, Smorphosaurus, Golganek, Lenina, Just Outdoors, how are you all doing? Just Outdoors, thank you so much for the 500 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jody Fish, for the 11 months of support, Jody Fish. Incredible. We got a hype train going in the first few minutes of the broadcast. That's pretty awesome. And again, Smorphosaurus, let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I know it's really difficult to have a death in the family, and, I think I speak for everybody when I say that we're really glad that you're here in this community, and if there's anything at all I can do for you, you let me know, okay? Alright. Appreciate you, Smurf. Who else have we got? The Mayor of Space. Let's go. Hold science. There you go, Mayor of Space. Welcome, Mayor of Space. Who else do we have got? Corporate Mold. Howdy. Hello to you too, Corporate Mold. How are things? Kodali, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, Kodali. I think you were one of our very first chatters. I think your messages got erased at the top because it was so early. Holy cow. And Lord Dino, I'm glad you're here too. Appreciate you, Lord Dino. Howdy. Roland Eliart, good afternoon to you too. Glad you're here, Roland. And Dinosaur Dave has requested a dinosaur deep dive. Caprimulgus grandis. Not familiar with that taxon. We'll have to check that out. Cool. Yeah. We'll do that when we get to one of their greetings. How's that sound? Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Undisclosed Space Frog, once shaken with you. It's good to see ya.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Sure.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Ironheart. Not nightmarish, however, is Ironheart 50. Dreamy's more like it. Thank you for those 32 months of support. Really appreciate that, Ironheart. Thank you for being such a stalwart supporter. That's a long time. You've been here like since almost the very beginning, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you, Ironheart. Who else have we got? Give them Nell. Nell, how are you doing? It's great to have you here. And Vigilanta says sculpting. Yes, indeed, Vigilanta. We're going to be sculpting a dinosaur from scratch today. Digitally, of course. So you'll get to witness that firsthand. It's going to be pretty neat. Yeah. Vigilante says your Pokemon evolution into Bob Ross, you mean metamorphosis, is almost complete. Bob Ross is more of an oils painting guy, though. I don't know if he ever did any sculpting. I'm honestly much better at 3D art than I am at 2D art. Sculpting just, it's more effortless for me than, than painting is. So yeah. In fact, a lot of my 2D art that I do, I start them off as 3D sculpts. I pose them, I get the right perspective, and yeah, and then I do 2D art from there. Aditya Yokar, how are you doing, Aditya? Welcome. Great to have you here. Yeah. Cephalon Wolf, what's shaking? Good to see you. Okay to play all day. Hey, heart to you too. Okay to play. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Roses and Tea. Howdy. Welcome. Texas Cryptid with some dancing bird emotes there. Kinara dancing pigeons, they look like, or some sort of bird. Very nice. I like it, Texas Cryptid. Welcome. Our dinosaur we're sculpting today, very bird-like. I'll be telling you about how when these critters were first discovered and announced, it was like, what is it? Is it a dinosaur? Is it a bird? Is it both? It's cool stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Victorious, how are you doing? Welcome. Fall Machine, did I say hello to you yet, Fall Machine? Welcome. Saggy Iguana. Howdy. Heptacular Raptor. Hey to you too, Heptacular Raptor. Mudman. What's shaking with you? Duh-oh, that's not good. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, that didn't quite work out how it's supposed to. First critical layer didn't quite come out right. So cross your fingers, it comes out better this next time. Who else we got here? Snowfall, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, Snowfall. Great to see you. And, yeah. And, Vigilantis' gray shirt. You have the full spectrum of natural shades. Yeah, this is more military surplus. This shirt cost me like $2 or $3. But yeah. Tactile 3D picture. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Tactile. And Travel the World. Have I said hello to you yet, Travel? It's lovely to see you, as it always is, Travel. I hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah. And, you can guarantee Bob tried sculpting. He probably did, Vigilante. You're probably right. Duck Admirer is back. How you doing, Duck Admirer? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you. And, Origin TT. What's shaking? Great to have you here, Origin. And can you choose what material you print in? Of course, Vigilante, yeah. Yeah, it depends what kind of printer you have. Certain printers can handle more kinds of filament than others. But yeah. I've got, I usually use, well, I always use PLA. It's a specific kind of plastic filament. It's really probably the most common one. But yeah. And, take PVA glue 50/50. I've got a heated print bed, Tactile. Yeah. I'm not gonna put glue on. I'm not gonna ruin it with. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Tactile. I've actually tried to use, like a glue stick on a Prusa print bed before, and it like permanently ruined it. So yeah, I don't know. I just spray it off with, I put some Windex on it. Or any kind of other, like, evaporative spray. I used to have an alcohol spray that I would use on it, too, just to clean it. But, yeah. Anyway, let's hope it's doing okay. I had to, the settings were a little off, and I had to, no, this is also not gonna work. Shoot. Well, we'll see. That might work. I just turned the nozzle temperature down a few clicks. Because it might be that my nozzle is too hot and it's, the filament is taking too long to cool, and that's why it's, kind of like leaving little hairs going up like that. Why is the printer acting up a lot late? I don't know. They do. I might just need a new nozzle, too. I've done a lot of printing on this particular nozzle, and the nozzles do wear out over time. And so maybe that's my underlying issue here, is that the nozzle just needs to be replaced. We'll have to see. But, yeah. Printing custom dog and cat toys for... Oh, that's interesting, Vigilanta. That's an interesting idea. Yeah. Are new nozzles pricey? No, they're not. In fact, I should put one on the... Amazon wish list, shouldn't I? Science Streams, did I say hello to you yet, Valent? Welcome, welcome, Science Streams. Hope you're having a good day so far. How did the conference go? Or is it still going? Great to have you here, Valent. Yeah. Let's see. Returns and orders. Nozzle. There we go. 0.6 millimeter, 0.8 millimeter. We'll want the 0.8 for our Allosaurus skull. It's $12. So it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but it's certainly not the most expensive either. Yeah. That might actually solve our problems here. To have a new nozzle. Yeah, because that's not good. All those parts sticking up like that, that's not supposed to be that way. Yeah. So we won't be printing today, but that's okay. We're gonna be sculpting today. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Balint says, still going, but yesterday was the crazy day. We finish on Sunday? Wow. A week-long conference. Holy moly. Is it remote or is it in person? Science Streams. I assume it's remote, right? You're running it from home? But yeah, yeah. An RPG fan, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Things are going well. Better now that you're here, RPG. It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, Runelor says, went for a trip to the museum yesterday for being the closest museum to the Emu Bay Shale. It's a shame every time I see their total of 2 fossils on display from the site. One day, they'll improve it. You know, you should let them know about that, Runelor. Write them an email, or better yet, like a handwritten letter, and say, hey, you know, you've got a really cool fossil assemblage nearby. It'd be cool to see some of these fossils on display. Museums love to get that kind of feedback, and that might be the only excuse that they need for somebody working in collections to be like, yeah, let's put some of these things out on display. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, Pfizer, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. You're imagining a nozzle like a water hose? No, it looks like this, no. Let's see. There we go. An image in new tab. It looks like this. And it's about this big. Yeah, just a little extruder nozzle. Oh, yeah, yeah. But yeah. I'm glad you've got eating back on. Holy cow, Nell. Got caught up with your mom. I hope she's doing well, Nell. Yeah. Well, good news on both fronts, I think. Is that the nozzle for your... What's a Faber, Pfizer? Huh? Is that the thing from Subnautica? That's a video game. But yeah. And there you go, Runelor. Yeah, absolutely. Museums like that, you know, when the right person gets an email from the general public, they're overjoyed. And sometimes that's what they need to show, hey, there's public support for, you know, improving our displays or changing things out. Maybe it can help them get funding. You never know what it'll turn into, you know? It doesn't cost you anything except maybe some time and effort to draft up an email and send it. But, you know, you never know what might result from it. Yeah. Oh, 3D printer. Yes, Pfizer. It's for the 3D printer, which is not behaving today. Yeah. And too bad they don't have a dinosaur-themed baseball team. Oh, but they do, Miss Yvette. There's the St. Louis Cardinals. There's the Philadelphia Eagles. There's the Canadian Blue Jays? Canadian Edmonton Blue Jays? I don't know. There's the Toronto Raptors. That might not be baseball though. Toronto Blue Jays. There you go. Yeah. Dinosaurs all. In fact, that reminds me. Let's take a look at this dinosaur. Requested by Dinosaur Dave for a dinosaur deep dive. So now we're going to have a dinosaur deep dive for the Dinosaur Dave in our dinosaur deep dive segment. Caprimulgus grandis. What is this? We've done this one before. Holy cow. Let's pull it up on our Tree of Life. Baltimore Orioles. There you go, Jody Fish. Okay. Yeah, must be craving cookies. There you go, RPG fan. Ravens, named for Poe's poem. Is that right? Nevermore, Kennedy. Very nice. Yeah. I believe it is somewhere in here. Yeah. Is it just me or is the music a little quiet? There we go. That's better. Yeah. All right. So this...
The history of life, it's very quirky, fortuitous.
Mr. Delight.
Chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true, Mr. Delight, and I'm here thanks to your generous support for the past 7 months. Really appreciate you keeping me here on this platform. You know, it means a lot. So thank you, Mr. Delight. Appreciate you. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Which is our particular one? Is it the long-tailed Putu, northern Potu? Anyway, let's find a video of this creature because you will not believe it until you see it. First, actually, let's look at some images because you're gonna look at it and that's not a real animal. Oh boy. Yeah. What an incredible animal. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a great Potu. That's a real life bird. And you can still find them in South America. What an incredible creature. A great Potu. And this is why I was having difficulty with it. Nyctibius grandis, I think, might be a more recent name for them. But they live in South and Central America, too. Pretty neat. What an incredibly weird animal. I wonder if they're related to nightjars. Nighthawks. I bet you they are. Here. Potus. And, yep, nighthawks are right there. Yeah, beautiful. There's our nightjars and nighthawks. So, yeah, pretty interesting animal. It really is. Let's find a video of them, just so we can do them justice. We've watched this before, but let's watch it again. What an incredibly weird, cool animal. Holy moly.
A frightening hunter from the depths of the Amazon rainforest. If looks could kill, you'd be entering a world of pain. The fine menace of the jungle. The wide-eyed living insecticide. This is the Potu.
Yep. World of Birds. Isn't that like a A 60s rock band had a song called World of Birds, I think. Sort of like garage band from the UK, I want to say. Yeah. Or, sorry, garage band, if they're from the UK. Probably have a different name for that genre of music there, but yeah. Yeah.
Hi, my
With
name is
sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Lilithobo.
I guess they're yours now.
Thank you for those 100 bits. Do you want them back, Lilithobo? No, thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Lilith. That's good stuff.
In your watching Animal Logic's World of Birds.
Yeah.
We're talking.
That's definitely a song. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. Yeah. Have you heard this before? World of Birds, anyway. Yeah. Yep. World of Birds. Anyway. You get the idea. It's a good song. Yeah. And they're Dutch. Is that right, Vigilante? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I remember first hearing that song when I was in college. I'm not kidding. When did that song come out? I obviously didn't hear it right when it came out, but yeah. And Orchestron says, I appreciate the anglicization of garage. Of course. Anything for our friends across the pond, Orchestron. Yes, indeed. Yeah. That song came out long before you were in college. You think so, Vigilante? Dead Chrome. Thanks for the follow. Tasty. I appreciate that. Thank you for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. A little bit, says Kennedy. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe a little bit before I was in college. And Dead Chrome, you flatter me. My goodness. Hey, welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I appreciate your kind words, and you make me blush. Let's watch this video on POTUS.
Talking about a bird that
And I was in your recommended. That's good to know, Dead Chrome. Cool. The system works sometimes. Welcome to the channel. Holy cow.
World of Birds.
Yeah.
We're talking about a bird that permanently looks like someone walked in on them while they were doing their business in the restroom. These are potus. They're a bird family found exclusively in the tropical.
And look at how well camouflaged they are. If you were to walk by and this bird's not flapping around, if it's just staying moderately still, you would never notice it. It's just hanging out there. It looks like it's part of the tree. That is some beautifully evolved camouflage there. Just incredible. Yeah. Do the caper caille? I don't know what that is, Orchestron. What is that?
These are potus. They're a bird family found exclusively in the tropical regions of Central and South America.
Pretty neat.
There are 7 different species of these wide-eyed weirdos.
And we saw those earlier. All 7 of those right here. Potus. You can find them on your Tree of Life.
And they've adapted to habitats as diverse as the dry deserts of Colombia and the wetlands of the Brazilian Pantanal. These species range in size from 30 to 70 centimeters, or roughly about the size of a pigeon. If they look a little that's because we did an episode a couple years ago on their cousins, the frogmouths.
Ah, yeah.
Danielle and the team traveled to Australia to meet the Aussie version of the Potu.
Very cool.
I think I'm getting some side-eye from this tawny frog mouth.
Not amused.
You right? Yeah, lately had him like this. So this friend here is a tawny frog mouth, and despite how much he might look like an owl, he's not even related. He's actually part of the nightjar family. You know, this is definitely a case of convergent evolution.
Yeah, like we were talking about yesterday.
But stem from completely different lineages.
Their resemblance is not only due to their being related, but also because their behavior is quite similar.
Yep.
During the day, they sit on a branch, adjusting their head to look like they're a part of the tree, and they spend their nights looking for food.
These birds are night owls, but please don't call them that. They actually lack the unique owl feature of facial discs that usually helps owls localize sound.
Yep.
In fact, these birds are actually more closely related to hummingbirds than to hedwig.
And to what? I clearly don't know enough about extant birds, you know? I don't know what that is. Sleepy Babby, says Gojira. Is that you or this bird you mean? Welcome, Gojira. Yeah. But yeah, if we look at our tree of life right here, Potus, we'll go out just a little ways, and then they share a common ancestor with nightjars and hummingbirds and swifts too, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, what's Hedwig? Hedwig and the Angry Inch? A Harry Potter owl. Oh, interesting. Caliban. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I never really... I read the first book, and then most of the second book, and then when I was a kid, and I actually gave up at the end of the second book. They had this part where I think Harry's fighting a giant snake, and I'm like, this is dumb, I don't like this anymore. I put it down. I was very offended as like a... I don't know how old I was when I was reading the book, maybe 10 or something. I'm like, snakes don't have ears. Because I think it mentions how this giant snake has ears and it's listening for him after he pokes both of its eyes out. I was just very unamused by the cruelty on display toward reptiles. And I said, you know what? This isn't for me. I put it down. That was like the climax of the book, too, and I'm like, you know what? I'm done. So, yeah. Yeah. There aren't any dinosaurs in it? Well, there were owls, Gertis Pucka, right? As I was just reminded. That snake is the mighty basilisk. Fortunately, it wasn't mighty enough. It didn't eat Harry, you know? I don't know, it got its eyes poked out, so it had to listen with its ears, which snakes don't have. Anyway, I was very disappointed by that, and I never ended up finishing the book. Yeah. So yeah. Back to our video. Let's finish this out.
To hummingbirds than to hedwig.
Potus have a few adaptations that make them unique among birds.
Pretty cool.
Their eyes and bills are huge.
Which suggests that they're more, unlike owls who hear their prey, they don't have super good vision. Or at least I think they rely more on hearing than on sight to locate their prey. These guys almost certainly are more visual predators. Again, because they don't have the facial disc, like owls do.
They've been described as being little more than a flying mouth. That's a solid burn. Their bill opens from ear to ear.
That's a great illustration.
Inside has bright coloration that is thought to attract insects.
Ah.
The upper mandible has a tooth-like protrusion that helps them.
Mosquitoes would be like, ooh, let's go in there. Oop. That's pretty excellent, actually. Yeah. Like, lures in vertebrate animals are they're not quite as common as you would imagine. At least not among, tetrapods. So that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I wonder how you would test that hypothesis, though. She said it's thought that the mouths are brightly colored to attract insects inside. But I wonder how you would go about designing an experiment to actually test that idea, you know? I don't know.
Grab prey.
Yeah.
Despite having a pseudo-tooth and pointy bill, they don't rip their prey apart. They just swallow it whole.
The vast majority of their prey are nocturnal insects. Moths are their favorite food, but they'll eat anything that flies.
Yep. Jetliners, the Goodyear blimp. Watch out.
Great potus are big enough to swallow small birds whole.
Finding their prey presents a lot of challenges. The rainforest at
So they
night
eat other
is
birds?
almost pitch black. Other predators use their sense of hearing and chemoreception to find their prey, but as far as we know, potus use only their sight.
What did I tell you? That makes sense.
Their gigantic eyes are perfectly adapted to low-light situations. The eyeballs are enormous.
Low light situations, such as nighttime.
Really spectacular.
Orchestran, thank you for that gift sub.
Tier 1 sub to that Texas Cryptid.
Thank you, Orchestran, for gifting Texas Cryptid. Look, we're now at 1 out of 40 for our goal today. Thanks to you, Orchestran. So thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. Neil says, got to fix dinner? All right, Neil, I will see you later. Enjoy your dinner. What are you having? You might already be gone. But, yeah. Whatever you're having, I hope you enjoy it.
Are perfectly adapted to low-light situations. The eyeballs are enormous to provide a longer distance between the lens and the retina. This helps them get more light into the eye and focus on moving prey at night. And their large retina helps potus keep high visual acuity when hunting.
Despite being predators themselves, potus are harmless to larger animals like ocelots and birds of prey. Their defense strategy consists of hiding in plain sight and being spooky looking.
During the day, they stand on a branch and pretend to be an extension of it. While being perfectly still, they keep an eye on their surroundings through specialized slits on their eyelids. That's right, they can see with their eyes closed.
Pretty cool.
They might not be able to see things in great detail, but they can see movement and changes in light intensity.
That makes sense, yeah.
If they realize something is approaching them, they'll do one of the following things. They'll fly away, they'll double down and pretend to be a branch even harder, or they'll open their big ol' eyes and ruffle their feathers to make themselves appear bigger.
The last option is what has made them legendary. Their giant peepers are a classic example of startle coloration. The idea is
I mean, it is startling. Hey, Chris Nova, how are you doing? Welcome. Is this Men at Work? Men at Work? Men at Work, like, what is that? Is that the Safety Dance? Is that Men at Work? That band? Or am I thinking of Men Without Hats? They should have really joined forces, become a supergroup. Men Without Hats at Work. But Safety Dance is Men Without Hats. Land Down Under, says Orchestron. Oh, is that it? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pfizer. Anyway, welcome, Chris Nova. Back to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. How you doing? We're doing a dinosaur deep dive on this incredible extant dinosaur, the Potu, as requested by Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. And Izzy Black, I'm doing quite well. How are you, Izzy? It's good to see you. Welcome. Yeah. Have you, chat, had a Vegemite sandwich? I never have, Kennedy. I don't know if I would enjoy it. Yeah. And Shiramasu says Land Down Under. Thank you, Shiramasu. No, hang on. Shimarisu. Saying your name incorrectly. But thank you, Shimarisu. Appreciate you. You're welcome. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Invisible Dimensions. How are you doing?
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even
Have
sculpt
them from, or rather, extinct life. We're gonna be doing.
I hope everyone is doing well. Closing parenthesis.
5 years. Yes, indeed, Nerf Dermer. Holy cow, 19 months. That's almost 5 whole year? 1 whole year? Beats. I'm not a mathematician, Nerf Dermer. But I am glad that you're here, and I'm grateful for your support over the past 19 months. It's a long time. Appreciate you, Nerf Dermer. And I'm glad that your alert there brought up the idea of dinosaur sculpting, because that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to be sculpting this kind of dinosaur here, an Alvarosaurid, Trierarchuncus in particular. So once we're done with our dinosaur deep dives, we'll get into that, which is going to be cool. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And there's a Crocodile Hunter Lodge open now. Down in Straya? Saggy Iguana? Huh. And Izzy says, is it an avian dinosaur? We'll be talking about that, Izzy. That's a wonderful question. We'll be talking about whether these guys are birds, or dinosaurs, or both. Or maybe just birds? Or no, because birds are maybe just dinosaurs? We'll be talking about that in a little bit. Yeah. You are a mathematologist. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Let's finish our POTU video here.
Their predators will get so weirded out by them that they'll just leave the bird alone.
Huh.
The common and northern potus have menacing, bright yellow eyes. Meanwhile, the great potu has large black eyes that gives them a sinister look.
Oh, they're cute.
Their spooky aesthetics. These birds have haunting calls that make their environments unnerving.
The 7 potu species look alike and are tricky to tell apart. The common and northern potu, for example, are identical, and they've only been recognized as separate species since 2016.
Really? Is it? I wonder if it's genetic differences between them. If they're like basically morphologically identical, and they can only be told apart via genetics. Huh.
Been recognized as separate species since
There you go, Vigilante.
The only way to tell them apart is by their call. Northern potus, which are common in Central America and the Caribbean, sound like this. And the common potus, which are mostly found in South America, sound like this.
Huh.
Great potus have a melancholic call that has earned them their nickname, Poor Me Ones.
It more sounds like they're saying wow. They're going, wow, 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 wow. They sound amazed more than anything. I wouldn't call that melancholic. Oh, look at all these chickens. Oh, beautiful.
Awesome. Have Tony Frog mouths been discussed?
They were earlier in the video, Crystal Alpaca. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they are related to potus, I believe. Are they? Yeah, they're related. Anyway, Crystal Alpaca, thank you so much for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. That's the Great Potu, which was specifically requested by the Dinosaur Dave.
Aww, poor guys.
When they're not hunting or cosplaying as sticks, these birds are most likely taking care of a baby.
Their nesting strategy can be described as minimalist.
That's a nest right there?
A concave branch or stump and lay their egg there. No twigs, no padding necessary. After about a month, the baby hatches.
They just put the egg on a branch. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Parents take an active role in feeding it. After another month, the youngling is ready to go on its way.
Aww.
And then they'll be set to spook the neighborhood for over a decade. Well done, little Godfellas.
Very nice. Yeah. Good luck, egg, says Texas Cryptid. There you go. Yeah.
So what should we talk about next?
Oh, we should talk about sculpting some dinosaurs. I also have to make a quick change here on the dashboard. Hang on a minute.
In the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta.
Holy cow.
Of the big plant eaters, and of the monsters who chased them.
Paper Cuts, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Paper Cuts, thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 6 months. It is... I really do appreciate that. Couldn't be here without long-term supporters like you, so thank you, Paper Cuts. Yeah.
What?
There we go. Yeah. Oh, there's a few more things I wanted to show you before we get into our dinosaur sculpting. The first is this. We've got a brand new schedule for the month of March, which begins tomorrow. Today is the last day of February 2023. March begins tomorrow, and the Paleontologizing schedule has been updated accordingly. So if you'd like to know about upcoming streams, like tomorrow we're talking about the Age of Reptiles mural by Rudolf Salinger, because it was on March 1st, 1939, something like that? 1940, maybe? That Salinger was commissioned to paint it. And then on Thursday, we're talking about King Kong, the 1933 film, because it premiered on March 2nd, 1933. We're going to be talking about the dinosaurs in that, and what an influence they were on popular culture and on the paleontologists of the day as well. So yeah, there are a lot of prominent dinosaur paleontologists who their first real exposure to dinosaurs was in that film, King Kong. So we'll be talking about that. Yeah. But yeah. And Dorkalotl, how are you doing? Welcome, Dorkalotl. Dorkalotl says, this last week of March, I'll be spending time in the field again. Awesome, Dorkalotl. I'm excited for you. That's gonna be awesome. Yeah. And Smorphosaurus, what have you got? What can I do for you? Let me know. Yeah. Let me know, Smorph. Alright, before we get into our sculpting too, and before Smorph's thing, let's take a look at this real quick too. I remember we've been getting some questions recently about what makes a dinosaur, and usually I try and pull up a phylogeny like you know, like this, to help explain this concept, an evolutionary family tree. And this is great, but it's not the most visually engaging. Well. Today, I lucked into finding this on Twitter, and holy cow, is this beautiful. This is a dinosaur phylogeny put together. Here, I'll give you a link right here. There we go. Right there in the chat. And Dorkalotl, yeah! Actually, seeing you in chat reminded me I need to talk about this, because I saw your retweet. Thank you, Dorkalotl. This is a cladogram of phylogeny meant to show what is a dinosaur and what isn't. This is just beautiful. I love the art style, and I love the clarity here. Dinosaurs begin right here. So everything that comes off of this node, all of the descendants from this branch right here, these are all dinosaurs. nothing else is. Birds, like this magpie, are indeed dinosaurs. That's why we just spent 20 minutes talking about potus, because they are indeed beautiful living dinosaurs. But yeah, isn't this just exquisite? Really, really nice. So yeah. And Vigilanta, no worries. Yeah. And you need that poster, Dinosaur Dave? You can get it. Here. There you go. From Greco Westerman. It is available here. What is a dinosaur poster? This is a dinosaur poster. Yeah. You can get it from this website. Here's a link. Oh, thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Beautiful. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. But that really is lovely. This is pretty phenomenal. I like that a lot. So yeah, good stuff. And you can get it in multiple sizes, 24 by 36. Nice. That is pretty exquisite. So anyway, but it's just great to have this here so that I can refer to it on stream. In fact, let's bookmark that right now. Dinosaur phylogeny. Beautiful. Got all our favorites here. Triceratops, Parasaurolophus, Spinosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, Ankylosaurus right here. Just fantastic. It looks like Miragaia, maybe? Right here. Beautiful. And there's all kinds of non-dinosaurian reptiles and even mammals up here. And I love that here, these branches that have got little leaves, that means that these are extant. So every little leaf that you see, that means this group is still around today. So that's mammals, chameleons, varanid lizards.
Sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Andy Rea.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support. Really appreciate that, Andy Rea. Thank you, thank you. 30 months of support. Holy cow. Excellent. Truly excellent. Appreciate you, Andy Rea. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. That's extraordinary. And yeah, this is Prehistoric Planet inspired there. Gianmi, yes indeed. Our big Titanosaur right here. Very nice. Very nice. And maybe to a certain extent our Tyrannosaurus too. A little more vibrant. I honestly would have liked if the if the dinosaurs were this vibrant in Prehistoric Planet. That's one of my few critiques of that show. Dinosaurs could have used some brighter colors. But yeah. Yeah. And what about the dashed lines? So dashed lines, like you see right here, I think are... It means we don't quite know what's going on there. Like turtles. This says relatives of turtles. Turtles are still kind of a mystery where exactly they fit in. We think they're probably like stem archosaurs or something like that, but... Yeah. We're not totally sure. And we don't really know if turtles are closely related to, say, plesiosaurs or nothosaurs. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Same with mosasaurs right here. Are they closer to snakes or to varanid lizards? So yeah, that's what the dashed lines mean. I think is that we're still not totally sure. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is beautiful. And I think they've got every major group of dinosaurs. Marginocephalians, ornithopods, ankylosaurs, stegosaurs, basal thyreophorans, basal sauropodomorphs, sauropods. Yeah. I don't really think we're missing anybody. Except for... Yeah. No, it... Yeah, looks good to me. Looks good to me. I like turtles too, Andy Rea. Turtles are okay in my book. Yeah. Nobody is turtly sure. Oh no, Vigilanta. I'm disconcerted by how much I enjoyed that pun. It's good stuff. What's up, bipedal relative of Crocs? Says Victorious. Thank you, Izzy. You mean this critter right here? This would be like a Postasuchian? Something like Postasuchus? Or Saurosuchus, maybe? So back when the first dinosaurs were running around, back in the Triassic period, we had these guys. Critters like Postasuchus and Saurosuchus. They're not dinosaurs, and they're not quite crocodiles either. But they're closer to crocodiles. Yeah. I think I can show you a brief clip. Here we go. There we go. There we are. Postasuchus. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yep, distant cousin. Yeah. So these guys lived way back in the Triassic period. You know, at the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs. And these were kind of the top predators of their day. And then, bow, out of the Triassic, they go extinct. And dinosaurs take over after that. Dinosaurs become the dominant land animals on Earth. So yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. And... excuse me. Yeah. Oh, and Smorphosaurus coming on your stream later. I've got some other stuff I got going on tonight, Smorph, and I'm not sure how late I'm gonna go, but... oh, shoot. We didn't, like, plan this out or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm working on a thing, potentially, for TwitchCon, and I need to devote some time for that, because the deadline's coming up. Maybe another night? Maybe, Smurf. Yeah, maybe we can make that happen. We'll see. But yeah, I've got a very important email that I've been drafting up. You'll hear more about this later, especially if we're successful with this. It's going to be really exciting. But time is of the essence. So yeah. Yeah, but thanks for asking, Smurf. We'll see about that. Maybe another time. But holy cow, is it going to be exciting if if this goes through. Yeah. My lips are sealed for now, but yeah. And
the infant, the adult.
Oh, and what do we call that?
Ontogeny.
Yes, indeed. Mikey likes 23 months. Mikey likes undergoing some ontogeny himself. Mikey likes... Thank you for the 23 months of support. Yeah. And Valiant Cheese, I do need to respond to your email. I'm sorry, Valiant Cheese, yes. I'm terrible about these things sometimes. I really am. Let me make sure that I add something to this note so I see it again. And, get rid of that. And... there we go. I've got it at the top of my notes, Valiant Cheese. Yeah. In 23 months? That is almost like a year, isn't it, Mikey Likes? Yes, indeed. Yeah. 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 Anyway, everybody. What do you say we sculpt ourselves a dinosaur here, as was promised in our stream title? For once, I'm actually streaming in a different category here. And let's find that, actually. IRL. Here we go. Art. Where are we right now? Holy cow, right there. Yeah. Very nice. Let's deliver what we've promised here. And let's sculpt ourselves a dinosaur. And you're 100% here for Sculptosaurus? Yeah, Valiant Cheese. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Nell, for the hydrate. Yeah. Okay. I had this idea the other day. There's part of my office that I like a lot, but it shouldn't necessarily be... Yeah. We've got this lovely iguanodon here. This Victorian iguanodon, which, of course, looks nothing like iguanodon actually looked. This is more a, like, historical representation of what Victorian scientists thought iguanodon might have looked like back when they only had a few bones of this critter. And having this be kind of front and center there, or center to the background, it's cool, but I feel like we could do better. I figure, why not have a different conversation piece there? A dinosaur that is a little bit nearer and dearer to my heart, and directly relevant to this stream, too. I'm talking about an Alvarezsaur. Critter like this. We talked about this the other day. Was it yesterday? Trierarchuncus, who looks just like Mononicus, but is younger. Trierarchuncus. There we go. I figured it would be lovely to have a Trierarchuncus right there on my shelf, given that, shoot, I am one of the authors on the paper for Trierarchuncus. Yeah, the last Alvarezsaurid from the Hell Creek Formation. Yep. By Fowler, Wilson, Friedman, Fowler, Noto, Anduza, and Horner, 2020. Oh, yeah. One of my very, very favorite dinosaurs, and I feel like it deserves a place of honor on my shelf. So we'll sculpt it. When it's done, I'll 3D print it in like a nice bronze kind of a color. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. I'll probably smooth it out and paint it also. But for right now, let's go ahead and sculpt this bad boy, you know? Yeah. And very funny paper cuts. Yeah, I honestly could sculpt something better than that. Here. That's nifty, but oh boy, is there a lot wrong with that image. Like, what's going on with the ribs and the, yeah, I don't know. I could do better than that. But I appreciate you, paper cuts, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, I'm honestly less inclined to, like, buy, a lot of dinosaur products nowadays. A, because I gotta save my money, you know? Not made of cash. B, I have the capability of designing and producing my own stuff now, which is really, really cool. So it makes me a bit pickier about things that otherwise I might be inclined to buy. When you have that possibility of, like, just being able to, you know, rather than just spending too much money on a thing, instead you spend some time and you make something that's even cooler. You know, I find myself doing that a lot more often. So that's exactly what we're doing today. Yeah. And you're right, Victorious, that didn't have pronated wrists. That's a good point. Yeah. But yeah. Get rid of these tabs. And let's pull up our sculpting program, and let me get out the draw pad and stylus that we'll be using here. And here, let's try this. Ooh, it works. You can see this, right? This is a program that I use for sculpting. It's called Sculptress. So this is a program that, it might be difficult to find nowadays. It's no longer like, they don't provide updates or anything. It's no longer supported by the people who produced it. But this is the best sculpting software I have ever used. So this is made by the same company, Pixelogic, which makes ZBrush. And ZBrush is like the professional sculpting software. Concept artists and, you know, CG artists and all kinds of people who do like digital sculpting, they use ZBrush. Think of ZBrush kind of like Photoshop, you know? Super feature dense, very feature rich. It's got a million zillion different, you know, tools and features and everything else. But there's a big learning curve and it's complicated. If ZBrush is Photoshop, then Sculptress here is Microsoft Paint. Very stripped down, very simple, and it's got everything I need for doing some quick sculpting and producing some really neat stuff. So yeah, how hard is it to use? Well, you'll see. I find it really, really intuitive. You start off with a sphere like this, and right now I have bilateral symmetry turned on. So anything that I do to one side of this, let's squish that in, or let's say let's pull part of this out. Everything I do to one side automatically happens to the other side, too. And so it's great for, like, making all kinds of organic shapes like that. It's really, really neat. So yeah. So yeah, pretty excellent stuff. I don't know what I did there, so I'm gonna close this and open it up again. I don't know what key I pressed. So we're at the very beginning. Let's there we are. 3 pencil sizes and a dozen colors. I'm set. Yeah, Oliver. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So let's go ahead and sculpt an Alverosaur, shall we? First off, I might want to actually have like a reference image here. So let's grab this, maybe. This image here of Trierarchuncus. Let's copy that. I'm going to... Hang on a minute. I think I want to do, let's see. Let's grab this color off of here real quick. So I've got a good background color. Copy. Open up Photoshop here. There we are. Here. Create new. And that'll be 1920 by 1080. And let's make that 150 DPI just to be safe. So there we go. Grab that with the eyedropper layer, new fill layer, solid color. Okay, that looks good. And now, let's grab this guy. And look at Sculptress again. I think I want to put that like up there.
Likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
That is, dare I say it?
Birds are dead on. Thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Birds with Dead On. Good stuff. Trierarchuncus. Background. Let's make that a PNG. Make a new folder on my desktop. Trierarchuncus. Sculpt. There we go. There's that. Alright, good stuff. Now, let's go to options here. Background. Desktop. Trierarchuncus sculpt. Whoop. There we are. Beautiful. Very nice. So now I've got this in the background here, and I can kind of use this as a model. This is more just as like a visual aid for anybody who happens to waltz in and they want to know what's going on here. Yeah. So now, let's get to the actual sculpting. I'm going to take my grab tool, and we're just going to form kind of the shape of the torso of this animal. Right here. It's going to be kind of a bean shape to start with. Pull these in like this. So it's almost like we're molding virtual clay here. This is a ton of fun for me. It's just, there's something very tactile about it. And, yeah, I like it a lot. Take this, move that down like that. It's kind of making the basic shape of the torso. And it's going to be pretty narrow. Like that. I'm going to move to my smooth tool. Just kind of smooth this over like that. There we go. So there's their basic outlines of the torso. You want to grab this right here because the ischium and ischium sticking backwards is going to be like that. Move this up. And yeah, there we've got kind of a basic torso for this critter so far. Yeah. Oh, and very nice, Morph. Hey, good luck with your Parasaurolophus. That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah. Good stuff. Alright, let's start making a neck here. And use my inflate tool to give us some more kind of material to grab onto. And we'll just kind of slowly pull this out like this. There we go. I don't have to worry about posing the animal yet. All I want to do is basically get the basic shape correct of our critter, and then later we can think about actually giving him a pose, giving him some personality. Yeah. And let's start doing the tail. You've got to be careful with the tail that you're pulling from the exact midline so you don't end up with it forked. There we go. Use our scale tool, and let's scale this up. Just to give us some more material to work with. And then we've got a longish tail. Very nice. Now, every once in a while, I can take this and try and kind of line it up with what we've got right there. And make some modifications. Again, I'm not trying to do any details or anything yet. We're just trying to get our basic outline and our proportions done first. Yeah. And then we can worry about all that detail stuff. Yeah. And were there tales about ossified tendons as well? I don't think these guys did have ossified tendons. I'm not totally sure. but I don't think Alvarezsaurs did. I think they would have had fairly flexible tails. You know, much different from that of like a Dromaeosaur or something like that. You know, like Velociraptor or Deinonychus or Utahraptor. All right, gonna make the thighs here. Good song. All right, let's pull that down a little bit more too. Very nice. Put a little bit of a calf on there. And then more of the hip like this. Take that knee and actually bring it down a little bit. In like this. There we go. Nice. And it's way too wide. You always got to turn it every once in a while. Because it's easy to get tunnel vision and kind of put a lot of detail into something and realize that it looks completely wrong from the other angle. So it's important to remember to do that. So let's work on making this body a bit narrower and make sure that our... There we go. That's looking okay. Yeah.
The paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
The Ideal City, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Altifor says, looks like a noodly appendage. This is just the very beginning stages. It's never going to look worse than it does right now. You know? We're working, we're working. We're still, you know, digging the foundations for our house right here, so to speak. There we go. Nice. All right. Do I sketch also? I do, Roland. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Here, give me just a second here. All right. No side leg splay. Yeah, Jody Fish. We want this critter to be, you know, have a fairly narrow stance like that. You know, very bird-like animal. Pretty narrow tail, too. The tail should actually look a little bit thick because I'm going to be adding some feathers and stuff to it. Or adding some external, you know, texture that'll make it look like feathers at least. That's the idea. Yeah. There we go. I always thought it would be cool to have a little, like, drinking bird version of an Alvarezsaur. You know, the classic drinking bird, toy. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. You're familiar with these, right? It'd be cool to have an Alvarezsaur one, but I don't know if you could really... I don't know. It'd be difficult to make. It'd be difficult to get the shape right. Because it really doesn't look like a bird. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And is it a round tail or a flat tail, says Oliver. So it's got a fairly round tail that comes to a really sharp point, you know? Although with our Trierarchuncus here, I plan on giving it a kind of a bushy tail like this. To be very feathery. This is kind of our basic model. I also want to overemphasize those claws a little bit, like you see here. Yeah, in a lot of depictions of these animals, the claws are almost kind of understated. You know, this is not necessarily going to be so much a scientific, it's not going to be a very rigorously scientific reconstruction. I'm making something as a display piece, and so I'm going to emphasize a few of the features, like those huge thumb claws there. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. And Vectarius, I could have done a Simpsons clip for that drinky bird, but maybe next time. We'll see. Alright, and we're looking way too thick here. I'm going to use my inflate tool like this, and I'm going to invert it to kind of de-inflate this. Let's make that body skinnier. And you know what? Let's do the same for the tail. Yeah. We can also use the pinch tool on that tail there. Right now, I'm just trying to get the basic contours correct. I think I want to give that tail more of an arch. And there we go. That's looking a little bit better. Let's get the proportions on our leg correct, too. I gotta bring those ankles down a little bit more. Yeah. And I think our legs are still too thick. This is a pretty spindly little animal. You know? Yeah. There we are. And I'm going to put a slight splay out on these. I'm going to use my rotate tool. Go like this. Oh, torso's way too skinny now. See the importance of turning this to different angles to make sure that you've got it going correctly? Anyway, let's make that a little bit bigger. And nope, that's not what I wanted to do. There you go, just splayed it out to the sides a little bit with this. Yeah. Trying to carve off those edges. Let's inflate this. There we go. So I think one of the things that I really like about sculpting like this is that it can be just kind of a meditative process. You're doing a lot of repetitive motions, but you're just kind of repeating the same stuff over and over again. You're getting closer and closer and closer to how you want it to look. Each step brings you a little bit closer, and if it doesn't, then you reverse it. Control Z, and there you go, you know? But I really like sculpting, I think, because it allows me to create stuff like this, and it feels almost kind of effortless. You know, I don't think any art should be totally effortless. and it kind of ceases to be art, you know? But when I can envision something and then make it real, that to me is really exciting, you know? Yeah. So yeah. That's how I feel doing Lego stuff. Very nice, Dinosaur Dave. Very nice. Now I gotta remember to save this. And it would help if I'd spell it right. Trierarchuncus 1. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Alright, let's continue. Let's put some arms on this critter, shall we? Yeah. Kennedy says, I'm doing some leather work now, and that's how it makes me feel as well. I think when you've found your medium like that, it's a great feeling. It really is. And I feel like this has kind of become my medium. I really, really enjoy this. And I encourage everyone, if you want to be involved in some sort of creative process, try out some, different media. You never know quite what's going to click with you. You never quite know what's really going to capture your imagination and, what the medium might be that when you're not doing it, when you're out in the world running errands or doing chores or, trying to go to sleep or something, and your mind just keeps returning to that medium, and you're thinking about, oh, I could do this, and I could do that, and, something your mind just continues to return to. That's a wonderful feeling when you've got that, Refner says, let's create a park with dinosaurs in it. Refner, I visited one such park back in October. Do you want to see it? Welcome, Refner. Good to have you here on Paleontologizing. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Where was that? Let's see. Back in October of 2022. Early October. Yeah. There's me with an Allosaurus. This is not what I was trying to show you, but this just popped up anyway. But this is me at the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry, Jurassic National Monument. That's not a live dinosaur, that's a model. Let me show you some pictures of me at a park with some live dinosaurs. Here's video of me walking alongside some. I'm filming myself, and I think it was Ios or Lordy was filming me. Yeah. Ostriches. This was Ostrich Land in Solvang, California. And, yeah, what a magical place. That was pretty neat. Here's me and Ios and Lordy at Ostrich Land. They've got ostriches and they've got emus. They didn't have any rheas or cassowaries. Those would also be really cool. But, yeah. That was so much fun. Man, my phone camera's seen better days. It's all scratched up. Gives you that halo effect. But yeah. Yeah. And, but yeah, anyway. And Allensaurus. Very funny, Refner. Alan Grant was my old boss, not the real Alan Grant. No, actually, the real Alan Grant. Yeah. Let me find that clip. Hang on a minute. Haraz? 21 months. Appreciate you, Haraz. Holy cow. Really excellent, Haraz. Thank you for supporting me for the past 21 months. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate you tremendously. Thanks for keeping me here online, Haraz. Yeah. Here, take a look. There we go. Yep, where's their subtitles? Yep. That's my old boss. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Yep. Yeah. So anyway, Jack Horner was my old boss back at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work in Montana. And Jack Horner's last graduate student, Denver Fowler, was my crew chief, my leader in the field for like 6 or 7 years. And so much of what I know about dinosaurs I learned under Denver Fowler. So, direct line of descent from Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant, to me. So, anyway, Refner, I know you were kidding, but you were closer to the mark than you realized. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And we're making dinosaurs? We are right now, Hardware, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, by the way, if you want to watch the remainder of that, that's a kind of a wonderful profile on Jack Horner and the museum I used to work at, Museum of the Rockies. There's a YouTube link there. I would highly recommend watching that. It's good stuff.
He'll tell you that in nature.
And Refner, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, we are making a dinosaur. And, here's what we got so far. I'm sculpting a little Alvarezsaur, Trierarchuncus. Which is the first dinosaur published that has my name on it on the authors list. It's a dinosaur that my crew helped dig up. And, yeah, my old roommate, Jack Wilson, actually found a really important claw of this animal that was complete enough that we could finally give the darn thing a name. And my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, named it Trierarchuncus prairiensis, meaning Captain Hook of the prairie. It would have looked something like this in life. Really, really cool critter. Not very big, maybe 5 feet long. You know, under 2 meters long, less than a meter high. Really long, stilty legs, but it's got these huge, very robust, very short. Well, it's got very short forelimbs, very robust, with these huge thumb claws on it. 1 claw per hand, we think. There may have been 2 little tiny vestigial ones behind it, kind of like on a silky anteater, but it's got 1 big claw. So yeah, this is part of a group of animals called mononychines. It means 1 claw. And ours, from the Hell Creek Formation, at the very end of the Cretaceous period, Denver named it Trierarchuncus prairiensis. The name means Captain Hook of the prairie. So yeah. And Real Denthor, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But yeah. Cosmos, Cosmos says, what is one of the most scientifically accurate 19th century paleo art that might be overlooked? There's not a lot, Cosmos. Anything 19th century is going to be very much out of date, you know? So it's, yeah. I wouldn't call anything from that time period scientifically accurate. But yeah. Anyway. And Gianmi says, kind of reminds me of Gigan, now that I notice. It does have Gigan-like hands, doesn't it? Like that, that Toho monster, Gigan. Yeah. Like that. But imagine if Gigan had tiny, tiny little arms like this, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Cosmos. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Gigan from the planet X or so. I don't know where you're supposed to be from. But he fought Godzilla back in the day. You know, it's classic 1970s Godzilla monster. Gigan. Yeah. Hardware Barbecue says, do you think there are still undiscovered dinosaurs? 100%. That a million percent, yes. Like there are dinosaurs that I've dug up that are still not published, and they haven't been announced to the general public yet. We find new dinosaurs all the time. You know, a new dinosaur is described on average like once every 2 weeks. So yeah. So anyway, dinosaurs did not have cities, not in the modern sense, Refner, no. Yeah, there are even species of modern birds that haven't been discovered, absolutely. Oscar Jr.'s, yeah. And there have been something like 2,000 species of dinosaur that have been named so far. I'm actually working on a project kind of tallying these. I got 36 more of them done today, and I've got, what was it, 936 left before it's complete, but there will be more discovered, more described, published on, in between today and when I finish the project. But yeah. And Travel says, why does it take so long to publish new dinosaurs? And Doggo Art 10, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Well, Travel, that's an excellent question. Here, maybe, well, I can just explain it really quickly, because we got to get back to sculpting here. When we're digging up a dinosaur in the field, you know, it might take several summers to actually dig it up. If you find a dinosaur skeleton at the end of a summer, usually you have to cover it back up and then come back later, maybe with a bigger crew, maybe try and scrounge together some more funding, or just come back next summer and you have more time to dig it up. So it can take multiple years just to dig it up. And then you've got to get it back to the laboratory. You've got to clean it. That process alone can take years. And then after it's been cleaned, it has to be studied and illustrated. And you've got to have people write up a manuscript on it. And that alone can take years too. Because you might have different authors who are oceans away from one another trying to collaborate on this project, and everybody's overworked and underpaid, and it's difficult to find time to work on stuff like this. So just writing it up can take years. You've got to illustrate or photograph the fossils themselves, put the manuscript together, you've got to submit it for publication, it's got to make it through different rounds of review, you've got to go back and edit it according to what the editors say. Sometimes there are like complete rewrites because somebody finds another dinosaur and it's like, shoot, what we thought about this here, that can't be true anymore. Because now somebody else has found a similar specimen, and like, our interpretations have to change because we know more about this family of dinosaurs now. And then, finally, if you're lucky, it gets accepted by a scientific journal. And then sometimes there's a backlog there. Sometimes these things, even after they're accepted, they can sit for years before that journal issue actually comes out. So sometimes it can take decades in between when a dinosaur is first discovered and when it actually gets announced to the public. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into publishing a dinosaur. So yeah. Yeah, and Jody Fish, yeah, sometimes you gotta make casts and stuff like that. Replicas for display. So yeah, yeah. And I'll see you later, Pfizer. Enjoy your food. Yeah. But yeah. And Codmos, that would be the day when all that call me Danny, Codmos. All that Danny describes happens in 1 year, then when it gets discovered and publicly announced. And that does happen every once in a while. But it's like, that's like an all hands on deck situation. It's like you drop everything else and work on that critter. But it's pretty rare. Usually these things take at least a couple of years, you know? So yeah, yeah. So anyway, like with Trierarchuncus, this is a good example of that. Yeah. So this came out in 2020. I actually got to stream this live, which is pretty cool. I was already streaming at this point when my first published dinosaur came out in early July of 2020. It was July 10th, 2020. But yeah, yeah. So we've known about this critter since the 1980s. There have been bits and pieces of this critter coming out of the Hell Creek Formation for decades. We knew that there was some kind of alvarosaurid in the Hell Creek. But we didn't really know what to call it. We didn't have enough pieces of it to really give it a name. Some people will name new dinosaurs based on, like, tiny little scraps and fragments. And that is... it's usually asking for trouble, you know? Because if somebody else finds another fragment of the same animal, and it's not the same fragment, then how in the world do you compare them? You know? That's why it helps to have at least some kind of an associated skeleton there. So yeah, yeah. We'd had bits and pieces of this guy floating around for decades, but it wasn't until Jack Wilson found... do they not have the photo here? They might not have it in this article. But it should be in this one, yeah. Until Jack Wilson found this claw right here, which is fairly complete. It's missing just a tiny little bit of it right there. This is, as far as I know, the most complete alvarosaurid claw anybody's ever found in the whole world. He found this. We already had this one, and there's a few other bits and pieces of this animal floating around. But holy cow, once we had this, we suddenly had a growth series. Small, medium, large. We can tell that this is the same animal over time, it seems. At least that's the hypothesis in the paper, is that what you see here is the same animal at different growth stages. So we actually have an ontogenetic series. And so we said, finally, this is like the straw that broke the camel's back. We finally have enough that we can give this critter a name. There's enough diagnostic bits here. There's enough unique things about this claw that if we find another claw in the future, we can say, yes, it's the same species, or no, it's not. And so we finally got to actually give this critter a name. It was published in 2020. But yeah, I remember Denver started writing up the manuscript for this in 2016, I think. So, yeah. Yeah. And Jack Wilson found that claw in 2015. So that's 5 years in between finding that claw and being able to actually name the critter. So it's, it can be quite the process, you know? So yeah. Yeah. No submarine dinosaur digs, Refner, no. No, we don't really find dinosaur fossils at the bottom of the ocean for a number of reasons. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Codmos says, if that happened to a perfectly preserved dinosaur, scales are still intact, bigger than a blue whale. I mean, we didn't have any... Nobody's ever found any dinosaurs that are perfectly intact, cryogenically frozen or anything like that. Yeah. Codmos, that's not a thing. These critters are tens of millions of years old. There's no ice on planet Earth that goes back 66 million years. You know? Yeah. The Earth's climate has changed too much in the time since then. There's no ice that dates back to the time of the dinosaurs. They're not mammoths. Exactly, Kennedy, yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Lenina makes a good point there, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to sculpting here. Make an R Trierarchuncus. Yeah. Let's drop that tail a little bit. Like this. And let's make it just a little bit shorter. I'm gonna poof this way out later. And here, let's smooth this, make it nice and pointy. There we go, that's good for now. The tail doesn't have to look good now, it's just, I'm doing this. I don't know why, I'm just fiddling around with it. And you know what, let's pull that down like this. Put that like that. There we go. Let's focus on the arms for now. It's arm day for our Trierarchuncus. Let's make those arms look correct. So these critters had really goofy arms. Really short, but really, really thick and really powerful. They're densely muscled. They've got very, very robust bones in their arms. But the arms are super short. So it's like, what the heck is going on with them? And we'll talk a bit about that in a minute here. First off, let's draw on that claw. Drawing a little nubbin like this. And there we go. That's looking right so far. Good, good, good. Plate this part through here a little bit. And I still haven't figured out what I want to do with the arms to really show off those claws, because I want those to be... I do want those to be pretty dramatic. I want you to be able to look at this model and go, what is that? And let's rotate this a bit too. But we will blow up that bridge when we get to it, as the saying goes. There we go. I want those claws rotated a little bit forward. And then let's make sure that we have our elbow there well represented. Alright, so far so good. That's not too shabby. Yeah. These could be thickened a bit. And let's go ahead and draw the... almost like the cuticle around the claw right here. Very nice. And later I'll be drawing on some more scales and stuff like this. You know, kind of like that. But we're not focusing on that yet. And are those big enough? I feel like I should maybe make them a little bit bigger. We want to really emphasize this. That's nice like that. Yeah. What a cool, weird creature. They're so neat. Was that a Malaphor? You bet, Death of Barney. Yeah. Rita Schultz, hello. Rita Schultz says hello from Berlin, and so to Rita I say hello, hello from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where it's actually pretty cloudy and rainy today, but which we enjoy because it's so much sun around here. You know, my goodness, it really gets old. It's refreshing to have some rain every once in a while. You can't have sun every day of the year. Anyway, welcome Rita. It's good to have you here. And but yeah. And those are the hand claws indeed. Boo-hoo. How are you doing, Boo-hoo? Don't cry. It's just a Trierarchuncus. Just a little Alvarezsaur dinosaur. Yeah, and those are indeed its hand claws. Those are its thumb claws right there. So this creature, it may have had other little claws too. We're not totally sure. I'll show you some other art of this creature. Like, for instance... Excuse me. There we go. That should do it. So this is an award-winning piece of art of Trierarchuncus, of this specific genus of dinosaur. This is a sculpt done by an artist from Serbia, Boban Filipovic. And here you've got that thumb claw, and then he gave it two little vestigial claws right here too. We don't know for certain that they had those two little vestigial claws. Other Alverosaurs seem to have that, but we're not totally sure. And so I'm not sure if I'm going to put them in or leave them out right now. But, yeah. What a cool animal, right? Yeah. Trierarchuncus. Really interesting creature. Yeah. Oh, and Codmos says, in lay terms, why are plesiosaurs not dinosaurs? Great question, Codmos. Holy cow. I'm so glad you asked that, because, here. There's our command about it, but let me show you. Let's see. Dinosaur phylogeny. Nope, that's not it. Hang on. There is a beautiful new piece of art that just dropped today. And, there we go. Oh, this is exquisite. Because it specifically was designed to answer our question, what is a dinosaur and what isn't? So here are a bunch of different, what we call amniotes. So amniotes are creatures that can lay eggs on dry land, although some amniotes, like mammals, have secondarily lost the ability to lay their eggs. They give birth to live young now. But almost every other creature you see on here is an egg layer. Well, shoot, except for ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, etc. But anyway. So, what makes a dinosaur a dinosaur? And why are plesiosaurs who are right here, both of these critters are plesiosaurs. Yeah. What makes these guys not dinosaurs, but all of these guys are? Well, including birds. Birds right here are dinosaurs. Yeah. So dinosaurs start right here. The way that we classify living things as scientists is by who they're related to, you know? Who their ancestors are. And so in this case, the ancestor of all dinosaurs is right here. It would be a critter kind of like little Eoraptor right here. There's a skull of Eoraptor. The first dinosaurs were really small. Eoraptor wasn't the first dinosaur. Certainly not, but it's the first one that we have. The first dinosaurs would have looked kind of like little Eoraptor. You know, like you see right there. And so basically dinosaurs start right here. Everything that evolves from the ancestor of all the dinosaurs is a dinosaur by definition. So all of these creatures here, you can trace them all back to that right there. So that's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. That's why plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You know, that's why critters like, like Dimetrodon... Oop. Yeah. Like Dimetrodon right here are not dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs start right there. This is called like the crown group definition of a clade. It's everything that evolved from that ancestor is one of its descendants. So all of these guys are descendants from the ancestral dinosaur. From right here. And so all of these guys are dinosaurs. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, what is a plesiosaur considered? It's considered a plesiosaur, Melanie Mayhem, yeah. They're their own group of reptiles. Plesiosauria. There you go. Yep. They're an order or clade of extinct marine reptiles belonging to Sauropterygia. So there's long-necked plesiosaurs, short-necked plesiosaurs. Different kinds, so they're all plesiosaurs. And Purple Penguin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, good to have you here. Yeah. And, Cosmos says, if Nessie was proven to be real, would it be more of a plesiosaur, perhaps a sea-dwelling dinosaur? We didn't really have many sea-dwelling dinosaurs, Cosmos. I think if you're thinking of the Loch Ness Monster being a plesiosaur, which is often like the, I don't know, like in popular legend. So here's a Loch Ness Monster sculpture that's modeled after a plesiosaur. And yeah, really funny actually that this is popping up right there. That's the Brontosaurus from King Kong. That's actually what directly inspired the Loch Ness Monster being a plesiosaur legend. We'll be talking about that tomorrow, actually, because tomorrow, or no, not tomorrow, Thursday. There we go. Thursday is our King Kong stream. Thursday, March 2nd, because it was March 2nd, 1933 that the film King Kong was released in theaters. And that directly led to, like, the modern Loch Ness Monster legend of it being a plesiosaur. So yeah, we'll be talking about that tomorrow. I'll be telling you how it led to that. But yeah. So I don't know. If there were a real Loch Ness Monster, if we start our conversation there and we go, yes, we're gonna begin the conversation, we're gonna say, yes, the Loch Ness Monster is real. What would I say it is? It's gotta be some kind of big fish. An eel, maybe. You know? But I'm honestly not convinced there's anything, there's any monster in there. There's lots of cool creatures that are in Loch Ness. You know? There's a few species of fish. There's, you get otters in the lake. You get deer that swim across. There's stories that at one point a circus let an elephant loose and it swam across the lake and freaked a bunch of people out. Yeah, you get dolphins in there occasionally too. Yeah, there's wonderfully interesting real animals in there. I don't think there's any reason to think there's actually a monster in there, you know? Except maybe one reason to think there's a monster in there is if you want some of those sweet, sweet tourist dollars. But yeah, there's no biological reason to think there's a monster in there. Yeah. But yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, wait, did I miss something? Let's see here. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Refner says, can T-Rex swim? Refner, there's a video about that. Shoot, you're asking a great question. Most dinosaurs could probably swim, but they weren't adapted for life in the water. Kind of like ostriches or emus. You know, especially emus. Maybe they enjoyed being in the water. They would have liked swimming around. They would have been pretty good at it, but they're not like water animals. Yeah. Here we go. This is from the 2022 series Prehistoric Planet. Excellent stuff. Yeah, if you've not seen this yet, you are missing out. Prehistoric Planet is phenomenal. It's so good. Yeah. And I love how when they first introduced T-Rex, the first scene in this whole show is a T-Rex swimming. Yeah.
The skull of Tyrannosaurus Rex, surely the most terrifying hunter that ever existed. These huge teeth are evidence enough of its efficiency as a hunter, and studies of the skull have also shown that it had an acute sense of smell.
Yeah.
But what evidence is there that it ever went for a swim?
Oh, this makes me so happy.
Tyrannosaurus rex swimming with his young may seem surprising, but like all of the dinosaur behavior in prehistoric planet, this is backed up by some remarkable science.
So yeah, just backing up for a second here. This series, Prehistoric Planet, is it's basically like Planet Earth, but 66 to 68 million years ago, featuring dinosaurs, you know? If you've ever seen Planet Earth, you know what to expect. That's what it is. Here's what we're watching now is like a behind-the-scenes kind of a dealie, kind of explaining some of the reasoning here behind some of this behavior. Yeah.
These mostly land-living predators were massive.
Yep.
13 meters long and
I love the little feathers on the babies.
10 tons.
Yeah.
Not perhaps an obvious candidate to be a swimmer.
T-Rex is part of a group of dinosaurs called the theropods. That's the...
Yep, this is Darren Naish, paleontologist and zoologist. He was the primary consultant behind this series.
Predatory dinosaurs. And one of the key features of this group of dinosaurs is they had large, very muscular, bird-like hind limbs, which were mostly built for walking and running.
But such legs would also be effective in swimming.
Yep, like we see in modern
Powerful
birds.
motion would have allowed theropods like T-Rex to cross large bodies of water. And in the fossil record, there is direct evidence for exactly this.
We have footprint evidence of swimming dinosaurs.
Marks known as swim traces, created when the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom of lakes, rivers, and the seabed as they
Pretty
swam.
cool. Yeah. Isn't that neat?
Further evidence that
Here you go, Vigilante.
Tyrannosaurus Rex could swim has been found within its fossilized skeleton.
Yep, it's all full of air.
Using a CT scanner, scientists found that many theropod bones have a hollow structure that would have helped their massive bodies to float.
Yep. I mean, it first evolved to keep them lightweight, so like the lighter weight you are, the bigger you can get without having to deal with all of this gravity on your body, you know? If these animals were also, like mammals, typically really dense, that would be a big constraint on how big they could get. And a lot of dinosaurs were so successful because they could get so big. They could get so big because they had hollow bones like this. So it's cool. But that would also, just kind of as an added bonus, it would help them float.
On the basis of this evidence, we think that T-Rex would have been an excellent swimmer and that it would have used this behavior to expand its feeding opportunities.
Makes sense, yeah.
To dispel any doubt that such a large animal would take to the water, you need only look at the animal kingdom today.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some modern animals that you wouldn't expect to be good swimmers, but really are. Just like maybe T-Rex. And Vigilante says, I am 2/3 leg, am I a theropod? You know, one can dream, Vigilante. Yeah. And the floor scrapes are pretty cool, aren't they? Those swim traces, really, really neat. Really neat. Ha!
Some of the heaviest regularly go swimming.
Yeah.
And that's true for some of T-Rex's modern relatives.
So horses and elephants, fairly decent swimmers.
The animals that are most similar to T-Rex in general body shape are giant flightless birds like ostriches and emus. And perhaps surprisingly, these animals are really good swimmers. There are places where these birds make sea crossings, sometimes of several miles,
very cool.
so they can reach offshore islands and find new sources of food.
Very neat. Yeah.
66 million years ago, venturing into coastal waters would not have been without risk, even for T-Rex.
Mosasaurs.
Mosasaurs hunted beneath these waves.
So that's a big marine lizard there. Not a dinosaur, a giant ocean lizard.
Tyrannosaurs particularly would have been a valuable meal.
Oh no! No spoilers.
They could
Yeah.
only have been brief visitors to the prehistoric oceans. Although their name means tyrant lizard king, they could never have ruled the waves while the mosasaurs patrolled the coasts.
Yeah. The dinosaurs were land animals. With very few exceptions. The only real exceptions we have, you know, of dinosaurs living in the sea is when they're birds. For example, Hesperornis is a good example. This is an ancient bird that lived in the late Cretaceous period. It lived alongside, you know, pterosaurs like Pteranodon right here. Lived alongside mosasaurs and plesiosaurs. Mosasaurs probably would have eaten Hesperornis. But this is one of your only ocean dinosaurs right here. This is a flightless bird that would have swum kind of like a loon. Like kicking out to the sides with its legs and its feet like that to propel itself through the water. And they just have these tiny little, you know, Dorito-shaped wings. About the size and shape of Doritos. Not... obviously flightless, you know? So yeah. Mosasaurus, part of the sea. Very funny, Valiant Cheese, yeah. And yeah, kind of like a cormorant, but cormorants will actually flap their wings to swim. And, you know, these guys are more like a loon, I guess. Well, it's not even Thursday Birds Day, but we're talking about birds left and right. Yeah, cormorants swimming. Yeah, so here's a cormorant swim. Oh, it's kicking. Oh, never mind. They swim differently than I thought. So it's kind of like dog paddling with its hind feet? Hesperornithid birds would probably kick out to the sides. They had legs that would splay out sideways. Which is, it's kind of like that. I don't know which one of these is an ahinga and which one of these is a cormorant. I'm looking at the title here. Yeah. There, here's some double-crested cormorants doing their thing, I think. Swimming underwater. Let's try that. Yeah. Cormorants underwater. How do they swim? Oh, interesting. They are kind of kicking out to the sides, too. You know what? Lenina, you were right. Yeah. But is it loons? I think loons do this. A loon swimming underwater. When I think of Hesperornis hunting fish, this is what I think of. I think of a loon. And I'm pretty sure if you look through the literature at... Yep, see? Those feet are out to the sides, like that? Yeah. You'll find in the literature discussion of Hesperornithids like Hesperornis or Baptornis being foot-propelled swimmers. This is the kind of behavior that they're talking about. Isn't that cool? Very, very neat. Finding some fishes like, oh yeah, I'll have a bit of that. You know, you picture this swarm of fishes just swimming away at full speed from this bird pursuing it, but no, it just kind of swims up to the shoal and like, hop, 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 grabs a few of them like this. You know, easier than you might expect. So yeah, yeah. And very funny McDiggity. Yeah. Those are some powerful underwater kicks. Definitely Zero Kieran. Yes, indeed. Welcome back, Zero Kieran. Welcome back, McDiggity. And, yeah. And loons are super cool, Lenina, because they're very well adapted for kicking out to the sides with their legs like that. But it means that on land, they're really clumsy. So, like, they can kind of barely walk on land. Yeah. Let me see if I can find you a video of, Oh, hang on. That was really neat. Here. Watch. Turns around. Gonna make another attack run on the shoal. And vroom. Holy cow, is that cool. Oh, what an amazing creature. Look at that. That agility. They are so well evolved for hunting underwater. It's amazing. Yeah. Just incredible. Ah, so cool. So cool. And that is a very odd hip position. Exactly, Lenina. And that means that that they're not very good at walking. Yeah. So here's a loon right here. Let's see when it goes up onto the land. Watch. They just kind of have to scoot their belly across the ground. Because those legs stick out to the sides. You know? Look at that. Not good at walking on land. It's kind of like watching a seal try and move its way up the beach. But, yeah. But they can't do the whole blubbery floomp, 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 floomp thing like seals do. They've got to try and use those legs. So, yeah. Yeah. And LT says, I expect that walking on land is pretty far down their list of things they care about. Yeah. They're pretty well adapted to life in the water. They do still have to go up onto land in order to lay their eggs. So that's kind of an evolutionary constraint that they have. But, yeah. These are critters that are... That looks like a really young loon there. But, yeah. They are not graceful on the land. Oh, man. So, yeah. Maybe someday, tens of millions of years from now, if loons continue to survive, you know, then they'll develop live birth in the water, and they won't have to come up onto land anymore at all, and they can just fully adapt to life subaqueously, but I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. And Moo Hoodles, how are you doing, Moo? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And that was a tag on its leg, Murph, in the video that we were watching earlier. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, great questions. I love it. But let's get back to sculpting our Trierarchuncus. Ow! This remarkable little dinosaur, Trierarchuncus, is what we are sculpting. Here's what we got so far. I just started this today. We're just in the very beginning stages. But it's starting to look like an alvarosaurid dinosaur, right? Make some modifications here. Like that. Claw around like this. And let's embiggen this part of the claw. Yeah, the claw is really the thing de resistance on this creature. That is their reason for being. Let's use our flatten tool. And flatten this part out right here. And then this surface also. Flatten that up. Yeah, looking good, looking good. And let's embiggen this a little bit more, too. Yeah, nice. Holy cow, what a weird creature. Very nice. There's a reason we call this guy Captain Hook. Because of those. Yeah. Yeah, give me just a second here. Oh, it's raining again outside. Nice. But yeah. And Cosmos says, theropod-wise, which dinosaur arguably had the biggest teeth? If you measure from the height of each tooth, probably T-Rex, Cosmos. Tyrannosaurus had some pretty big honking teeth. Would you like to see a Tyrannosaurus tooth? It's fairly impressive. Check that out. That is a T-Rex tooth right there. Yeah. So most of this is the root. So if you look closely here, there we go. You can see that there's kind of a rough surface right here, like that. And then the smooth part is up here. So this is the part that would actually stick up out of the jawline. Right there. And there's that serrated edge. You can actually see the serrations right there. Almost like on a steak knife. Right there. I suppose if you really tried hard, you could probably cut your thumb on this. And this is, of course, a resin replica, so this is a cast. I made this when I worked at Museum of the Rockies. This is a cast of one of B. Rex's teeth. B. Rex is a particular Tyrannosaurus specimen at Museum of the Rockies. MOR 1125, I think, is B. Rex. But yeah, pretty extraordinary piece of hardware there. That's a big honkin' tooth, you know? Pretty big. Yeah. And Refner says, what's the best dinosaur book you've read to this day? It depends what kind of dinosaur book you mean, Refner. Is it Are you looking for like a narrative book on dinosaurs that you can read like a story? Are you looking for an encyclopedia? A reference guide? What kind? Yeah. Because I could definitely make you some recommendations. Yeah. And, Dinotopia, says Valiant Cheese. Yeah. Do you want a fantasy, beautifully illustrated picture book like Dinotopia? Science book, says Refner. Well, what kind? Like a textbook? A reference guide? A narrative book? Like, I could have some dinosaur books that I'd recommend for you. You know, accounts of fieldwork. Like a fieldwork memoir from a paleontologist. I've got some excellent ones. There's ones about certain topics in paleontology, like, you know, the evolution of burrowing behavior in fossil creatures. Then there's dinosaur encyclopedias, field guides, reference guides, all kinds of stuff. So yeah. And Cosmos, yeah, absolutely, Tyrannosaurus is still the biggest dinosaur, biggest theropod in terms of fame and popularity. Yeah, for sure. Also, one of the best studied of all dinosaurs is T-Rex, Cosmos, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. There's so many books I could recommend for you, Refner. It's like, you know, it's like asking somebody, what's the best car? It's like, well, best car for what? You know? Are you going to be doing off-roading with it? City commuting? Do you need a convertible? Do you need fuel efficiency? Like, you know, yeah, there's so many different ways I can answer that, you know? But yeah. Oh, and Lenina says, I'm reading Dinosaur Lives right now, and I'm really liking it. It's good stuff, Lenina. In Jack Horner's books, it's the ideas that are always the most interesting. It's the science. The prose can be a little simple, you know? You know, Jack is extremely dyslexic, so he doesn't have the most floral of prose. But it's the ideas in there. Jack is usually ahead of his time in the ideas that he's discussing in these books, and Dinosaur Lives really holds up, even though it came out in, what, 1997? Something like that? So, yeah. And there you go. Yeah, good reminder, Lenina. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah. locked in time recently. Interesting, Valiant Cheese. Huh. Well, here. I hope, Oh, and Vigilantis says dyslexic creativity is an amazing thing. It absolutely is. There's a wonderful video on YouTube of Jack Horner giving a talk about his dyslexia and how it's helped shape his career in science. And there we go. Man, all of the you search Jack Horner on YouTube now and you get all this like DreamWorks animation stuff. Yeah. But anyway, is this? Yeah, this is the talk. So here, Jack Horner gives a talk about being dyslexic. And, yeah, this is really, really good stuff. Here, we'll just watch the very beginning.
I thought it was a 91st.
Here. Conference on Dyslexia and Talent. That's a T-Rex tooth, yeah. I just showed you this.
It just went blind.
Yeah, Vigilante, it's good stuff. Here, let me give you the link.
You know, usually I talk to children. And of course, they know a lot more than everybody else in here. Right? You know that, right? About what I talk about.
Yeah.
Brock asked me to talk about something that I don't talk about. He asked me to talk about me, and I'm not. So just bear with me, okay? 'Cause the whole point, I guess, is I don't know how I got here, why I'm standing up here.
Yeah.
I'm from Montana, I come from a town called Shelby, Montana, and here's a picture of it, and you can see this large thing that's in the picture here. Shelby, this was 1923. This was obviously before I was born, but I think the whole town was dyslexic. This is a boxing stadium. This was where they held the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship in 1923 in a town 500 in the middle of Montana. No kidding. That's it. So, well, as you can imagine, it didn't work very well. But I have circled there the building where the high school in the town, where 5 years after this picture was taken, my father.
There you go, John. Me, yeah.
As a valedictorian. And as you can imagine, just saying that, you probably know that he and I didn't get along well. So
wait, did you catch that?
And
So Jack Horner, his dad was the valedictorian at his high school. Really smart guy. Jack Horner's dad. Yeah. A natural scholar. But Jack was born with dyslexia. He and his dad did not get along.
And there's my first house on the left there, a tent. And
Yep.
I pretty much live in tents ever since. So there are sort of two stories here. One is the way my father saw it. And as far as he was concerned, life was great for me until I was 5 years old. And like everyone else, at the age of 5, or just a little over 5, I went to kindergarten and flunked out because I couldn't figure out the blocks with letters on them. And then, according to my father, at the age of 8, he tried to teach me algebra, and I still, obviously couldn't read, so I didn't do well there. And then I went through, like everyone else in this room, I'm a little suspicious of the non-dyslexics in here. But I'll get to that later. All right. I'm just really curious as to why you're here. I mean, seriously, unless you're trying to get
chat.
our secrets. Anyway, so I went on and did poorly. And
Anyway, again, if you want to watch the rest of this, I would recommend it. This is my old boss, Jack Horner, who had a very unconventional kind of avenue into academia and into dinosaur science. Jack, his doctorate in paleontology is an honorary one, because he kept failing out of college because he's, dyslexic. But Jack went on to make some of the most remarkable dinosaur discoveries anybody's ever made. He has made incredible contributions to the field of dinosaur science. And, I don't know, as somebody who's also had kind of a slightly unconventional career, I mean, shoot, right now I'm streaming on Twitch to make a living as a paleontologist. Yeah, I don't know, I really look up to Jack, and he's got a very cool story. So if anybody right now, maybe you're dyslexic, you know somebody who is, don't ever be fooled into thinking that should hold you back from following your passions in life. No.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
So it is.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Towards Night, thank you so much.
9 raiders have stumbled below that level.
Thank you for the raid, Towards Night. And welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream, Night? I hope it was really, really good. And welcome to Paleontologizing. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about my own research on dinosaurs, my own field work, the work of my colleagues and the research that they put out. We talk about new publications here, about new ideas in fossil science. I answer people's questions all the time, and we go down all kinds of tangents and rabbit holes, and whatever people are interested in that might be tangentially related to dinosaurs. So if you've got any questions about dinosaurs or anything tangentially related, The Real Eats, what an appropriate alert for you. Do you always eat your vegetables too? Real Eats, thank you for the follow. Real Eats, you and everybody else, if you've got any questions about anything dinosaur related, don't be shy, It's great to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Towards Night says, also you inspired the great Sci-Ant streams. Balint says that sometimes, doesn't he? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to claim credit for that. If any of you are not yet following Sci-Ant streams, you're missing out. And thank you, Murph, for gifting Towards Night. Really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. That's extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, you eats whatever. Appreciate you, Real Eats. Cosmos' most difficult to pronounce dinosaur name? Oh, shoot. Some of the ones from China recently. The what? The who? I'm sorry. Say it again? I didn't catch it. One more time? Come again? I'm sorry. Amelia Bedelia, thank you, but what was that again? It was the... Oh, okay. Oh, it's over. Thank you, Amelia Bedelia, for the 12 months of support. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 12 months. Holy moly. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? I really appreciate that, Amelia Bedelia. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I think I got it now. Thank you, Amelia Bedelia. I really appreciate your ongoing support. I really do. Yeah. Most difficult to pronounce dinosaur name. What would that be? It depends on who you are. I don't speak Mandarin or Cantonese or any Chinese language. So yeah, There's got to be some kind of dinosaur from the Yixian Formation that might take the cake for most difficult to pronounce dinosaur. Let's see. Jinshaosaurus, Leoningosaurus, Atacosaurus, Archaeorhynchus, Changchengornis, Confuciusornis, Delinghiornis, Enantiornis. There's going to be some other ones with a bunch of X's and Z's and J's in them, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce it. Let's find one of those. Zhenyuanlong is kind of a tricky one. Zhenyuanlong. Zongjianosaurus. Junko Johnson, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure what the... Wait. Huashiagnathus? Yeah, anyway. There's... Xingtianosaurus? I don't know. To my English-speaking self, some of these are a little bit difficult to pronounce. But, I don't know. There's other dinosaurs like Episthochelacaudia, or Bruhathkaiosaurus, or... I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot. Tradoon, says Vigilanta, and Troodon.
Handsome stream attacks.
Trappy Jenkins, 100 bits. My goodness. You make me blush, Trappy. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. And you're trying to learn Cantonese at the moment. Very cool, Vigilanta. Very cool. It's a useful language to know, for sure. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Helix Fossil, you made a video? Very cool, Helix Fossil. Very neat. Shoot, I really got to get back into this. We're supposed to be sculpting a Trierarchuncus right now. We're almost 3 hours into the stream, and so far it only looks like this. So we've got to, you know, forge ahead with this and continue. But right now we are sculpting one of my dinosaurs. Trierarchuncus. Man, he's got a little too much junk in that trunk. Let's bring that in a bit, shall we? Here we go. There we go. This is a pretty lithe little dinosaur. Got to be careful not to make him too thick. Thick with 2 C's. But yeah. Trierarchuncus. They had arms made for hugging, says Trappy. I mean, I don't... Could maybe hug your forearm and then sever some of your arteries in the process. I don't know. These guys, well... I don't know. They'd probably be fairly gentle when they wanted to be. But let's thicken those arms up a bit. There we go. Looking pretty okay so far, but let's work on those hind limbs. Here, give me just a second, and then we'll work on these legs. Okay. Gonna round these up. Like that. I'm gonna add some definition to these ankles real quick. And let's draw some more material onto there. There we go. Very nice. Yeah. And now let's add the digits. This is always a little bit tricky. But if we do it right, we can save ourselves a lot of work. First, let's make sure that our base looks good here. Okay, nice. Now let's draw on some digits here. Here's digit 2. Right here. Digit 3. Digit 4. I'm just adding a bit more material that we can kind of sculpt and mold into a proper digit here. And let's go like this too. Just so that we kind of get proper definition. Alright, already going kind of kapikahe with this. Kind of crooked. There we go. Smooth this part out. Nice. Not too shabby so far. Yeah. Later on, I'll bring out the emu foot that I have in my office, and we'll use that as a model. So that we can make sure that we're making this look the way that it should. But so far, so good. A little small, though. Let's embiggen this with our scale tool. There we go. So that is looking good. Yeah. Smooth this part up. Yeah, she's looking nice. Good, good, good. Now she's starting to look like a real dinosaur. Yeah. Very nice. But down here, we don't need all these details here. So let's smooth this out. It's not supposed to look like that. And then one of the important things to remember when you're using this program is to use the reduce brush every once in a while. So I'm going to click, do Control S. I'm going to save real quick. And then the way that Sculptress works is that you're manipulating this object and you're basically creating these little triangles. It uses a triangle mesh here. And so these triangles really add up over time. But by using the reduce brush, you can get rid of some of them, and then that's easier on your computer. It's easier on your hardware. And especially in areas like the tail, I don't need a lot of detail in the tail right now. We can reduce the tail down to its basic components. And that should be just fine. We're going to do the detail work later. Right now, we're just trying to get our proportions correct. Here also. This will just make it a little bit easier on my machine here. I've got a decent graphics card and processor, but still, I gotta remember, those add up a lot. In the bottom left corner, it shows me the number of triangles I have. There's 21,584 triangles on this model right now. And I don't actually need that many. We're still at the opening stages, and so I can afford to reduce these quite a bit, because we haven't started doing our detail work. It'll also reduce the file size, if that's important to you. And I think it'll also make it easier, faster to print, also. But yeah. Yeah. And Cosmos says, outside of uncovering a pregnant dinosaur, so far we have not found a way to tell a boy dino from a girl dino, right? That's right, Cosmos, yeah. Somebody's been paying attention. That's absolutely right, Cosmos, yeah. And I am streaming too, yeah. OBS and Chrome especially use a lot of resources. So it's a good idea to go through this every once in a while. And, yeah. Let's make sure that, you know, we're not being too greedy with our resources here. Alright, I'm going to draw on some musculature now. We're going to do the scapula Well, that's a bone, but you get what I mean. We're kind of doing the underlying musculature before I start to do the feathers and stuff like that. This is just going to kind of help us make sure that we're keeping this guy anatomically accurate. As anatomically accurate as we can. And, yeah. And we gotta remember to do some of our really important muscles, like the caudofemoralis muscle, which goes from the femur to the transverse processes on the caudal vertebrae, like this. Really important muscle that runs from the back of the thigh up the tail of animals like this. All this is going to be covered by feathers, but, like, I like to have... I like to know that I've done the musculature underneath as well as I could before we move on to the feathering. Alright, do some calf muscles there. And let's re-accent our ankles again. Got these nice wraparound tendons that go around the ankles. Do those. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, looking good, looking good. But I don't really like how the arms are just going straight down like this. I feel like we could, oh, and also those hips are too flared. Let's tone those down a bit. Calm down, hips. You're gonna give yourself dysplasia. There we go, that's better. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. But yeah. And bone marrow fossilization? Yeah, that's what we call medullary bone, Snowfall. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And wait, Vigilanta says, discovering sex in any species is complex, especially without the fleshy bits. Usually, yeah. Some creatures have, like, their skeletons actually look different between males and females. They have what we call skeletal sexual dimorphism. Dinosaurs do not seem to have that. In fact, yeah, it's often, like, really difficult. Yeah, anyway. If we didn't have any dinosaurs with medullary bone, which is the bone that female birds lay down when they're about to lay their eggs, the only other creatures that have that, as far as I know, are dinosaurs. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't know that any dinosaurs were male or female. We still, strictly speaking, don't know that any dinosaurs were male. All we have are positive examples of female dinosaurs. It's the only time we can tell the difference is when they're female. So yeah, if we didn't have that, we'd have no clue about any dinosaurs. And I think there's like 3 species where we've been able to figure out, yes, they had medullary bone. It's Tyrannosaurus, Tenontosaurus. That might be it, actually. It might just be 2. But yeah. And Cosmos says, what would a boy dinosaur have that would distinguish it from a girl dinosaur? So far, nothing, Cosmos, yeah. That's why I said, so far we have no evidence of any... We don't have any direct proof that any dinosaurs were male. So I guess you could you could joke that, like, yeah, as far as we know, all dinosaurs were female. Or dinosaurs were just unisex, you know? But they probably did there probably were male and female dinosaurs, but we don't have any direct proof of any male dinosaurs yet. Not yet. Maybe someday. Yeah. Yeah. If we could link just one dimorphic coloration, that would be very cool, Snowfall, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. And, yeah, what you're talking about is probably like a baculum, portal guest. We don't have any dinosaur bacula. Those, that seems to be like a mammal thing. Yeah, looking good so far. I'm liking this little guy. I feel like we need to move those calves more toward the midline of the body, though. Kind of sticking out too far to the sides. And holy cow. Rabid Weenus, thank you for the 12 months. What a beaut indeed. I assume you're referring to yourself. Rabid, welcome, welcome back to Paleontologizing. And thank you so much for the 12 months of support. It's tremendous, and I appreciate you for it, Rabid. Thank you, thank you. Extraordinary. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Helix Fossil says, we engineered them that way. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, once again, we're working on sculpting a Trierarchuncus here, and I probably got the head and neck, like, too big. Let's ensmallen those just a titch. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. And Cosmo says, isn't it basic that outside of asexual reproduction or hermaphrodites need a boy and a girl to make a child nature? I mean, you know, we do have a lot of what we call parthenogenesis in nature. So there's a lot of animals where you don't need a male, you know? Sometimes it's nice to have that genetic input, but there are various species of reptile and bird. Well, birds, strictly speaking, are a kind of reptile, I suppose. Birds are dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are reptiles, so birds are reptiles. But, yeah, I don't know. We don't have enough information about dinosaurs, Mesozoic dinosaurs, to say that they were capable of parthenogenesis. Yeah. 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 But it's more common than you might think, Cosmos, yeah. And there's a lot of examples in nature of creatures changing sex over their lifespan as well. You know? Like California sheephead fish are a great example, where they're all born female. The only reason that there are any males at all is because some females, once they reach a certain size, they transition into males. And it's just a natural part of their life cycle. It's pretty cool. There's lots and lots of examples of stuff like that in nature. And nature is wild in that regard. All kinds of really cool things happening. Yeah. Parthenogenesis is an example of asexual reproduction, Cosmos, yeah. It would fall under the umbrella of asexual reproduction, yes. But yeah, and Vigilantis says certain temperatures or pH levels can trigger a change, yeah. There you go. So yeah, this certain thing happens a lot in nature. Anyway, Izzy Black, are you still here? Izzy was asking if this creature, this Alverasaur, Trierarchuncus, is a bird or a dinosaur, and it might be both, or it might just be a dinosaur. Let me show you something here. I think I have this, right? Didn't I order a copy of it? Maybe I didn't. Where did that go? I thought I had a copy of the... Oh, is this in here? It should be on the shelf. What are you doing down there? You get all messed up. Gah. This is a... When this dinosaur was on the cover of Time magazine. And look at that smile. Ah, this is so good. This is so good. This is the April 26th, 1993 edition of Time magazine. The truth about dinosaurs. Plus the making of Jurassic Park. And surprise about dinosaurs, just about everything you believe is wrong. This is Mononychus. Meet Mononychus, a new link between dinosaurs and birds. So that's when this animal, basically the same critter that I'm sculpting right here, that's when this critter was brand new. And we still didn't really know much about it. Is it a dinosaur? Is it a bird? Is it both? Where's our table of contents here? And 90s ads. Where's our table of contents? Behind the Magic of Jurassic Park. Nope. Who's that right there, chat? Who's that? There's Jack. Yeah. This is probably him digging up the Wonkel Rex. Yeah. Yeah, rewriting the book on dinosaurs. Anyway, Mononychus. Where does Mononychus show up in this? Because this dinosaur was...
A dinosaur?
What? Fiatra Dragon, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. I really appreciate it. Wonderful to have you here. Yeah. Where's our Mononychus? You know, they lure you in with a cool photo on the cover, and then they bait and switch you. No, not really. Here it is. Let's see. So surprises about dinosaurs crop up constantly. Man, you know what else is... I really need to tighten the bolts on this arm for the camera, because it is wants to retract. Surprises crop up constantly. The latest, a new species from Mongolia, announced last week by Narell. That's paleontologist Mark Narell of the American Museum of Natural History. And several U.S. and Mongolian scientists, known as Mononychus, meaning one claw. The turkey-sized animal looked like a modern flightless bird complete with feathers, but had bone structure characteristics of both birds and dinosaurs. Its discovery cements the bird-dinosaur link even more firmly. So yeah, is that really all that we have about Mononychus in here? Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, it's very cool that it's on the cover. So, Mononychus belongs to this group of animals that they're called alverosaurs. And they are very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Alverosauridae. Small, long-legged dinosaurs, although originally thought to represent the earliest known flightless birds, they are now thought to be an early diverging branch of Maniraptoran theropods. They were highly specialized animals. They had tiny but stout forelimbs, just very short, very thick arms, with compact bird-like hands. Their skeletons suggest that they had massive breast and arm muscles, possibly adapted for digging or tearing. And they had long, tube-shaped snouts filled with tiny teeth. They have been interpreted as, who knows how to say that word, Myrmecophagus, which means they eat ants and termites and critters like that. Adapted to prey on colonial insects, such as termites, with the short arms acting as effective digging instruments to break into nests. Yeah. So there's a skeletal mount of Alverosaurus right there. That skull is almost certainly wrong. It's too tall. These guys had, like, pretty low, almost wispy-looking skulls, almost like an anteater or something. And there's Mononychus right there. There's the holotype specimen. The original specimen of Mononychus. And there it is mounted in a museum. Incredibly cool. Very, very, very cool. So yeah. Yeah. I like the simple wire display here. It doesn't call attention away from the bones themselves. The bones are the star of the show in this image, and I really like that. So yeah. Yeah. Very nice. And there's Patagonicus. from Patagonia. So, very short arms, but very thick. In fact, it's actually got longer arms than I was expecting. It's a little strange. But yeah, they're not big critters. They're not big critters. Please tell me that Trierarchuncus shows up here. It only shows up twice? Well, who's that dingus? I feel like I have to show you this stuff every once in a while, chat, so you don't think that I'm making this up or anything. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, really, really cool critters. Alvarezsaurs. Some of my very favorite dinosaurs. Codmos says holotype. I don't know what that is, Codmos, but holotype means the first specimen. So, like, you know, that's like the standard. So let's search holotype. And it's a single physical example or illustration of an organism known to have been used when the species or lower rank taxon was formally described. So here is a holotype specimen of this butterfly species right here. So when you're first naming a new species or genus of living thing, you have to designate a holotype specimen. And that's like, this is the OG. This is the example of this critter that we are designating as a holotype. If you want to figure out if a different butterfly, one that you go out and catch, if it's the same species, you compare it to the holotype. The holotype is the original, you know? Which is... There's a lot of problems with that, actually, in dinosaur paleontology, for a lot of reasons, but we're not going to get into that now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue with our Trierarchuncus here. And, let's focus on those forelimbs a bit. Take a look at those. And, I'm not quite liking this. We want to inflate this part over here. There we go. Around the sides like this. And let's smooth this a little bit. There we are. Grab that. So we're trying to make this look as naturalistic as possible, you know? Where the claw comes out of the hand. A nice crease right there. And we'll also inflate that a bit, and then we'll smooth it out. Yeah. This is a little too thick here. Move that down like this. And then I also don't really like the pose that much with the arms. I feel like we need more of a bend there. So what we're gonna do here is we might use our mask tool, actually. That's something that I've been trying to use more and more often. So, almost like you would do in Photoshop, we're going to create a mask here. So that we're making sure that we only manipulate the parts of this that we want to manipulate. So we want to basically bend it there at the elbow. There we go. And this can sometimes go a little haywire, but if I've done it correctly, then it should be worth the effort. But that's... here. That actually did what we wanted it to do. the angle at which you grab something also has a big effect. Yeah, see, like, ugh. That's not what we're trying to do there. Gah. You know what? Let's unmask it. That wasn't working. That's a tricky tool to use, and I've not mastered it yet. So we'll get rid of our whole mask right there. You basically have to paint it on and paint it off. An easier way to do this might just be to use the old-fashioned grab tool. And since we're still at the earliest stages, we're not going to be really messing up a ton of the details that we've done, because we've not done a lot of details. So it's still kind of safe to do this. But that's looking okay. I like that a bit more. Yeah, we can work with that. And Murph has requested Haplokyrus, an early Alvarezsaur, for a dinosaur deep dive. We will do that in just a few minutes. That's going to be excellent. I'm looking forward to that. And here, I want to make those nice and thick. Yeah, that's good. Nice. I like that. We did mess up our claw shape a little bit, so let's work on that a tad. There we go. Nice. In between working on that email tonight that I've got to do, I'll be probably working on this a bit more, and hopefully I can show it off tomorrow. Maybe we'll even work on it a little bit tomorrow, but we've got some other stuff planned for tomorrow's stream. Somebody pull up the schedule command, and you'll see our new March schedule, what we've got planned for the next month. But tomorrow is going to be a special stream talking about the Age of Reptiles mural that Rudolf Zallinger was commissioned to create on March 1st, 1940, I think? And, yeah, even if you think you're not familiar with Rudolf Zallinger's Age of Reptiles mural, you will be familiar with it after tomorrow's stream. But, you'll probably recognize images of it. It's very influential. Yeah. Anyway, very nice. Yeah. I know stream on St. Patrick's Day, Jody Fish. I'm going on a trip on that day, Jody Fish. Yeah. And the day before, on Thursday, I think, that day is a different color because I've got an extra special early stream that day. Let me show you. Yeah. That's going to be our Thursday Birthday Day. I'm going to be starting at 9 a.m. that day, which is a full 5 hours earlier than I normally stream. So, yeah. I guess European viewers rejoice. Starting at 9 a.m. on Thursday the 16th. So, yeah. Yeah. It's going to be good stuff. Yeah. We're going to be celebrating Ceratosaurus the day before that. I still have to contact some of my colleagues about interview streams, but I want to start doing those this month. And then on Thursday, the day after tomorrow, we're going to be talking about King Kong and its influence on dinosaur science. And we're going to be talking about Archaeoraptor on the 29th. And then there'll be other things that come up too, and I'll add them to the calendar as they arise. But right now, I wanted to be real proactive about March. It's not even March yet. We got a March calendar up there. That's the way it should be. So expect future months' calendars to show up again. And pay attention to the bottom of here, because I'll have the next month show up as a little tab there, and you can click that to see what's going on the next month. Yesterday that was there before I deleted the February one. But I'll put an April one in here before too long. So yeah. A nice Vigilanta, very nice. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But let's let's compare our Trierarchuncus to this Alvarezsaur over here. So yeah, looking pretty okay. The legs could use some tweaking. They're looking a little too ostrichy, honestly. I should lengthen those up a bit. But overall, not doing too bad so far, I'd say. Yeah. I can't wait until I have this ready for display on there. Until I have it done, ready to print out. Fix the 3D printer, and we'll get it up there. It's gonna be good. Yeah. And your birthday will fall on a Thursday birthday this year. Very cool, Lenina. That's awesome. Yeah. But we've got a dinosaur deep dive to cover here. Haplokyrus, which is one of the earliest Alvarezsaurs that we have. And this is like a beautiful example of, evolution in action, I suppose. Because, our derived Alvarezsaurs look like this. Very, very specialized looking. Haplokyrus is much more kind of normal looking for a little theropod dinosaur. It's not quite the weirdo that later Alvarezsaurs would be. This guy's pretty early on. And, yeah. Almost looks kind of like Compsognathus or a dinosaur like that. It's kind of a, I hate the phrase, but missing link, Yeah. From China, right? Let's see. Yep. The Shishugao Formation in the Zhongar Basin of northwestern China. Yeah. The type species H. solars means simple-handed, skillful one. References its hypothesized behavior of using its 3-fingered hands for activities that other Alvarezsauroids could not perform, such as catching prey. Yeah, very nice. We'll look at the original paper from this guy in a minute. But yeah. Upon description, it was considered the oldest Alvarezsauroid, predating all other members by about 63 million years. This has subsequently been questioned, however. Oh, a 2019 study considered Haplokyrus a Compsognathid instead of an Alvarezsauroid. Interesting. While a 2022 study considered it to have more similarities with ornithomimosaurs. Very interesting. I had not heard about this. Huh. It might not be an Alvarezsauroid at all. Very interesting. There's the holotype specimen, and it is beautiful. Like many, many dinosaur fossils from China, especially small ones. We've got gorgeous preservation here. It's really beautiful. Very nice. Did have enlarged thumb claws, but also retained 2 other functional digits, unlike Alvarezsaurids, where only the thumb was significantly large and clawed. Yeah. That's wild, though. It might not be an Alvarezsauroid. Very interesting. Well, let's see if we can pull up that original paper from A Science. A basal Alvarezsauroid theropod from the early Jurassic of Xinjiang, China. And give me a second here. Let's see if we can crack this. Open it up. Ooh, baby. We got it. Yeah. Very nice. Not open access. So, yeah. But thankfully, some kind souls have put this up on another site where we can access it. So here we go. Haplokyrus. Yeah. And that's an all-star cast of scientists there. Very cool. Very, very nice. Yeah. So here's the specimen right here, and look at that skull. This is practically complete. We're only missing a few elements here. You know, it's always easier to find a small dinosaur. You know, to find a complete skeleton of a small dinosaur than a large dinosaur. The bigger you are, the more difficult it is to bury all of you in the same spot. You know? So yeah. And look at that gorgeous skull. Really, really nice. So I wonder how did they determine that it was an Alvarosaurid? Alvarosauroid. So they ran a cladogram here, and it comes out as kind of a sister group to Alvarosauroidea. No, within Alvarosauroidea, never mind. Huh. But a sister group to all the derived members right there. Interesting. Yeah. Very cool. Murph, thank you for suggesting this. What a cool animal. Let's look at... trying to find some illustrations of this critter. Haplocyrus. Yeah. There it is, digging into a... digging into a dead tree. Trying to find some tasty, tasty grubs. Yeah. And there's another one right there. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, I love that. Gorgeous. So the sculpture that I'm doing is going to probably look something kind of like that. I've got to figure out how to sculpt feathers and make them convincing. But, yeah. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, and thank you, Valiant Cheese. Cheers to you, too. I'll see you around. And Vigilante, thank you for being here. And thank you for all of your enthusiasm and your questions. You sleep well, Vigilante. I'll see you next time. Yeah. And Jody Fish says, the bigger you are, the more of you there is to get dragged off and eaten post-mortem. This is true, Jody Fish. Yeah. And also, it's more difficult to find enough sediment to cover your whole body if you've got a huge body. If you're just a little guy, it only takes a little bit of sediment. So yeah, that's another important thing to consider. So yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Haplocyrus. Thank you, Murph. And we're not going to be able to find a video of Haplocyrus, but... more derived members of this group, like, say, Mononychus or Trierarchuncus. We do have some videos of them. And I know I've shown this multiple times, but we're going to watch it again real quick because I love it so much, and I know chat likes it too.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
Yeah, this is what we think these critters actually did.
Directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
Yeah. Ooh.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name.
Shing.
Mononychus. Single giant claws.
Yeah.
Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Very cool.
Another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head. An excellent protein-packed meal, if only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Yeah. So yeah, do I make my Alvarosaurid look all fuzzy like this, or kind of give it more distinct feathers? I guess we'll see what's we'll see how it turns out, you know? Yeah. And travel, you bet, travel. Thank you. Yeah. So good stuff. Let's work on those forelimbs. They need to be thickened. Let's beef them up. Now, these guys have got really robust elbows. I should maybe show you some images of that, but holy cow. They would have had such beefy little arms. Very short, but very powerful. So let's give them some biceps. Let's tuck this part in a little bit around the elbow there. And then let's smooth that out. Yeah, looking good. That looks like it's about ready to tear open a termite's domicile and eat the unfortunate inhabitants within. The claws are going to be really important to get right for this sculpt, because they really are the business end of this animal. And, yeah, really got to make sure that they are up to snuff. Flatten this part out right here. And now, look at this. It's looking pretty okay. Yeah. Nice. All right. Smooth this part out. Looking good, looking good. Yeah. Very nice. That's a really nice curvature to it right there. Let's make that just a little bit sharper. Use our pinch tool. Yeah, that looks nice and sharp. I would not want to be a termite staring down those claws. Oh, no. Gorgeous. You know, I really like sculpting dinosaurs because you don't... There's a certain level of artistry required, but also you're striving to kind of capture the form of something that already exists, and it's already beautiful in its own right, you know? All you have to do is be a good interpreter of that, because the underlying form is already exquisite. You just have to bring it forward. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, bye to you, Codmus. Thanks for being here. Yeah. And, Yesent says, what software is this? Yesent? Oh, we already had that. Thank you, Lenina. Shoot. It's called Sculptress. Yeah. You can still find it in dark corners of the internet. It's no longer, like, supported by the company that made it, but, it's free, and you can find it in places, and it is... Honestly, I like it a lot better than ZBrush. Nowadays, they try and upsell you to ZBrush, which you have to pay for. But I honestly think Sculptress is better. It doesn't have all the features that ZBrush has, but it's better in so many different ways. It's better in its simplicity, I think. I'm a big fan. I really like Sculptress. It's excellent stuff. So yeah, let's work on the head a little bit. Now, the skulls of Alverosaurs they're not super well known. Especially for larger ones. When you've got, I don't know, like little Shuvuia's got a complete skull, I think. What I'm doing here is just kind of drawing some basic outlines of the different features using the crease tool. And, yeah, we're looking okay so far. Kind of a generic little little Coelurosaurian face right there. Make him look kind of smiley. An upturned, proximal end of the mouth. But I also want to make that snout narrower. Let's do that. Let's use our grab tool, and let's kind of bring this inward. Like that. That feels better. Let's do that some more. Yeah, nice. Kind of triangular when you're looking at it head on. That's kind of what we want. And let's choose a different material here. That's a little too dark. It's a little too red. That's a good amount of red. Let's try that. Yeah. I realize I said the other one was too red. This is maybe redder, but that's fine. You know? It's all good. It's okay to be, you know, a little bit capricious when you're doing art. That's what having a high-strung artistic personality is all about, right? Alright, moving that nostril a little bit closer. Smooth off this part of the face. And we'll make that a little bit rounder. A bit pointier. There we go. That's looking good. Yeah. So I'm doing the antorbital fenestra right here. We'll go back and redo a lot of this stuff later. But, yeah. And let's go ahead and flatten the forehead right here. And let's inflate those eyes a bit. Not that much. There we go. That's better. Yeah. And that little smile. I'm happy I'm gonna go get some termites. Or whoever else might be hiding in that rotting log over there. You go get them. Trierarchuncus, you go get them. Yeah. Nice. Now let's kind of add some definition here. The throat. This part we want to uninflate this. Like that. Add some definition here. And then a little bit along here too. Smooth out these weird ridges that have somehow appeared there, because we don't want those. Didn't mean to put those there. There we go.
Fatality.
Epic of Sam. No. Holy Cat Maastrichtian.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
We had 2 alerts at once. Maastrichtian, thank you so much for the 24 months of support. Is that 24 dings right there? Something like that, yeah. An Epic of Sam, thank you so much, Sam, for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. How you doing, Sam? It's good to see you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And look, our head is now too small. Let's embiggen this a bit. No, not like that. Yowza. No, not like that either. What's going on here? That's not what we want either. What's wrong with this tool right now? What's going up with that? Huh? Scale. Something about this is all loco for Choco Puffs. That's not what it's supposed to do. What we're going to do here is we're going to save this. And we're going to open it back up. And maybe whatever was going wrong with it will have resolved itself, rather. It's gone wonky, yeah. And let's change our material color, too. Let's change it to... let's do like a rainbow color. There we go. Open up our file. New scene. There we go. A Technicolor Alvarezsaur there. Very nice. Now. That head is too small. What do we do about that? Well, let's try and embiggen it. With this. See, now it's working. Good. But I didn't quite grab the part. I can make this a little bit. There we go. That's what we want to do, like this. Now let's compare that to our illustration here. Looks like we can lengthen our neck a bit. We can even just kind of line these up. I want to really emphasize how big the forelimbs are. So it's going to have kind of ridiculously large forelimbs. And that's by design. I can make them smaller later, but I want to make them look really big right now. And, yeah, our torso is looking a little short. So again, we're using our grab tool. And, yeah. Trierarchuncus is the very last of the Alvarezsaurs, and so it's really the most Alvarezsaur-y of all the Alvarezsaurs. If there's any critter that's gonna look like this slightly cartoonish Mononychus here, it's gonna be Trierarchuncus. It's the last member of its lineage, the last of its kind. It is the ultimate Alvarezsaur. In fact, I remember having a conversation with Denver about this before he ever actually named it. Yeah, before he named it Trierarchuncus, which means Captain Hook. I suggested the name Montanonychus, because we have Albertonychus from Alberta. We've got Patagonychus from Patagonia. Mononychus, which means one claw, from Mongolia. But Mononychus, Mongolia. I said, why not Montanonychus from Montana? And I suggested Montanonychus ultimatus, because it's the very last, the ultimate Alvarezsaur. It's the last one. Yeah. Just before the asteroid hit, these critters were out there running around doing their thing. It's just, it would have been a solid name, right, Lenina? Yeah, yeah. But Denver decided to call it Trierarchuncus, which means Captain Hook, and that's also a solid name. So yeah. Trierarchuncus prairiensis. Captain Hook of the Prairie, because we found it on American Prairie Reserve land. Jack Wilson found the big thumb claw on APR land, the American Prairie Reserve. And APR actually hired us to do a paleontological survey of their land. So they were funding our fieldwork, at least part of it. And so Denver wanted to honor them with that name. So Trierarchuncus prairiensis. So yeah. And Mistrictine says, what were they doing? Tearing apart old tree trunks? I think that's probably part of it. I had an idea at one point that these critters, this is a joke idea, but that they were kind of like lampreys or cookie cutter sharks or something like that. Or say there's a big hadrosaur, big old, Edmontosaurus walking by. I was going to show you a picture, but never mind. Big duck-billed dinosaur lumbering by. One of these little speedy guys would, run up and then use their little legs and jump up onto the side. Use their hooks and just click into, the side of the base of the tail or something. Just hold themselves there. Their legs would be dangling underneath. And then they just use that little mouth and they go hop, 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 hop. And they just eat little bits of flesh. And they just swell up like a tick. And eventually they drop off. Not what these guys were doing, but it was an amusing idea to me at the time. Yeah. 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 Also, maybe they, maybe around Halloween time, they'd go and use those claws to steal pumpkins from farmers, you know? Just like run up to a pumpkin, use those claws and just go shoom. And then they'd stand up and they'd hold the pumpkin in front of them and they'd use those speedy legs to just go vroom. And they'd run over the horizon. And they'd have a whole pumpkin to eat, you know? Also a joke idea. Obviously, these guys lived 66 million years before the invention of farmers or pumpkins. But, anyway, yeah. It's a Roadrunner Elmer Fudd story in the making. There you go, Pfizer. There you go. Yeah. And those are some claws. They are indeed, Pfizer. Those are some claws. Yeah, those are the thumb claws. So this critter, Mononychus, its name means one claw, because it had one claw on each hand. They may have had two little tiny little wimpy claws behind the thumb claw. We don't really know. We don't have enough material from these guys to tell for sure. But yeah, yeah. Bird with a gourd. There you go, Kennedy, yeah. And Skizzy. Hey, I love your comment, Skizzy. It's good to have you here. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah. And now you have a new critter to use in the story. There you go, Mistrictian. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, they were ace at the zip line. There you go. Denethor. Yes, indeed. Holy cow. Or in thumb wrestling, you know? These guys would have had super powerful thumbs. Because, again, that's their thumb. Yeah. I don't know if they could beat an iguanodon in thumb wrestling. But, yeah. And Mistrictian says it would be a great sci-fi monster, honestly. Mistrictian, one of these days I want to finally do this. I had an idea for a t-shirt, which was an Alverosaur like this, as like a giant movie monster, like a, as the kids call them, a kaiju. As a kaiju. And it's like attacking downtown San Francisco or downtown Berkeley, California. And it's like using its claws to dig into the ground to pull out a subway train. It's got like a BART train in its mouth. And it's going... And it's like 300 feet tall. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. You would totally grab one? Yeah. We'll see, Mistrictian. We'll see. We'll see. Billy Joe says it's nature's hole puncher, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Again, this is what we're sculpting, is an Alverosaur like this. Trierarchuncus. And I think we've got it doing pretty well so far. I want to make it a little bit exaggerated as far as Alverosaurs go. This is the last one. You know, right before they go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Trierarchuncus, you know, I want to make it a little bit ridiculous in terms of its features. I might even want to embiggen those claws a little bit more. In fact, let's do that right now, because I like that idea. It is the end of its lineage, the last of its kind, the most ridiculous of all the Alverosaurs, perhaps. It's certainly the last one. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And once I have all the basic details done and I start to do the feathering, then I can get to a point where I can actually turn off bilateral symmetry and start to pose it. So I can 3D print it, and it's going to go right up there on our bookshelf. After it's 3D printed. And I want to make it look like it's bronze, you know? It should look fancy. People will go, my goodness, Danny, how could you ever afford to purchase a custom-made bronze dinosaur? And I'll just smile and go, you know, I don't know. Some people are just very fortunate, I guess. No, I'll tell them I made it. And that it's plastic, not bronze. Yeah. A Styracosaurus. Oh, very nice, Mr. Ictian. Shoot. I used to have all kinds of details on, decals on my field vehicles that I've had over the years. Let me see if I can pick some of... Where are those? Digital art. Decals. Yeah. Designs. I wonder if these are going to show up properly. Okay, yeah, it's got a white background. Nice. Yeah, that's like the Got Milk logo, which children of the 90s will remember this. Yeah. My, Rodeo Triceratops. I used to sell these in the Museum of the Rockies gift shop, actually. They were pretty popular. Another design right here. Yeah, these were super popular in the gift shop. Holy cow, we could not keep these on the shelf. Yeah. Yeah. They would get bought up faster than I could make them. I don't think I ever sold these, but here's a design I made for myself, for my own field vehicle. Yeah, that's a fun one. And, Styracosaur. Oh, very nice, Mr. Ictian. Very, very cool. She went to the museum this weekend. She went to MOR? Very cool. Yeah. Coelacanth. This is a fun one. Yeah. Hang in there. With the Coelacanth. And then... Yeah. Man, I've got a few. Geology Fist. I had this one in my cart, too. And this might be... Oh, here's another one. It's actually modeled after my ex-girlfriend. An ex-girlfriend. But it's like a mudflap girl. But she's a paleontologist. I don't know if that's that funny, but yeah. Anyway, but here's maybe my favorite one. Right here. It's like difficult to... Here, I can scoot it across like this. But it's a succession of life on Earth. You know, multicellular vertebrate life, you know? And then goes all the way back from Picaya, right here, up through jawless fishes, jawed fishes like Panderichthes, kind of fishopods like Tiktaalik, into basal amniotes like Hylonomus, into basal synapsids, and then proto-mammals, and then true mammals, proto-primates, true primates, hominids, and then, of course, a descent into paleontologists at the end, and that's me right there. Oh, well, yeah. That's, I had this one on, I think, both of my field vehicles that I had over the years. I'd like to do another one and put it on my cart, but if I'm driving through Utah or Wyoming, people might get mad. I don't know. People are afraid of the idea of evolution in certain places. So yeah, this is not on a mud flap, Murph. This would go on the rear window of the vehicle. A decal. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I feel myself begin to tire a bit. I'm going to continue this critter off stream, and tomorrow I can show you my progress. But yeah, Trierarchuncus. Oh, I can't wait to have this all sculpted up and then posed and then 3D printed and finished and painted and up there on the bookcase. That's going to be really, really nice. Yeah. So with that said, it's about time for us to wrap up this broadcast tonight. So don't go away just yet. We're going to go raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. And who might that be? By the way, thank you to everybody whose names appear here in the credits. Thank you for making tonight's another wonderful stream. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. And let's see who is on right now. Let's see here. Das Valdez is on. What are they doing? Let's go right into to them. They're doing Kerbal Space Program 2. Sounds like a sciencey kind of thing. Let's go meet some new folks. Right into somebody new. Anyway, thank you everybody for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a ton of fun today. I know I did. And I can't wait to show you our Trierarchuncus when it's nearer completion. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. California time, we're going to be having a special stream talking about Rudolf Zallinger's Age of Reptiles mural. We'll be talking about the history of dinosaurs in art, and any other questions that arise along the way, I'll be sure to answer as well. It'll be a lot of fun. But until then, everybody, you all take care of yourselves. Thank you for everything. Lurkers, and raiders, and chatters, and question askers, moderators, and cheerers and gifters, I appreciate all of you. You're the reason I get to do this 5 days a week, so thank you, thank you. Anyway, let's go check out Das Valdez. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Bye-bye.